Sixth chapter. On the rulings of the glance, its perils, and what it inflicts upon its possessor. God, the Exalted, hath said, Tell the believing men to lower some of their gaze and guard their private parts. That is purer for them. Verily, God is acquainted with what they do. 30. And tell the believing women to lower some of their gaze and guard their private parts. An-Nur 30:31. And since lowering the gaze is a foundation for guarding the private parts, he began by mentioning it. And since its prohibition is a prohibition of means, it is permitted when there is a preponderant benefit, and it is forbidden when corruption is feared from it, and it is not opposed by a benefit that outweighs that source of corruption. Therefore he, glorified is he, did not command to lower the gaze absolutely, but commanded to lower some of it. As for guarding the private parts, it is obligatory in every case, and is not permitted except in its rightful due. For that reason he made the command to guard it general. And God, glorified is he, hath made the eye a mirror of the heart. So when the servant lowers his gaze, the heart lowers its desire and its will. And when he lets his gaze roam free, the heart lets its desire roam free. And in the Sahih it is reported that Al-Fadl ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them both, was riding behind the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, on the day of sacrifice, from Muzdalifah to Mina, when some women in their litters passed by, moving swiftly. Al-Fadl began to look at them. So the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, turned his head to the other side. This is a prohibition and a censure by action. For if looking were permissible, he would have approved of it. And in the Sahih it is reported from him, peace and blessings be upon him, that he said, Verily God, the mighty and majestic, hath written for the son of Adam his portion of adultery, which he will inevitably commit. The eye committeth adultery, and its adultery is the gaze. The tongue committeth adultery, and its adultery is speech. The foot committeth adultery, and its adultery is the step. The hand committeth adultery, and its adultery is the grasp. And the heart desireth and wisheth, and the private part either confirms that or denies it. So he began with the adultery of the eye, because it is the origin of the adultery of the hand, the foot, the heart, and the private part. And he drew attention by the adultery of the tongue in speech to the adultery of the mouth in kissing. And he made the private part a confirmer of that, if it actualizes the deed, or a denier of it, if it does not actualize it. And this hadith is one of the clearest of things to show that the eye disobeys by gazing, and that this is its adultery. And in it is a refutation of those who have permitted gazing absolutely. And it is established from him, peace and blessings be upon him, that he said, O Al, do not follow a glance with another glance, for verily the first is for you, but the second is not for you. And a question arose, 36b. What do the esteemed scholars say concerning a man who looked at a woman with a single glance? And the love for her took root in his heart, and the matter became severe for him. His soul said to him, All of this is from the first glance. If you were to look at her again, you would see her to be less than what is in your mind, and you would find solace from her. Is it permissible for him to deliberately look a second time for this reason? The answer was, Praise be to God. This is not permissible for 10 reasons. The first, that God, glorified is he, has commanded to lower the gaze, and he has not placed the healing of the heart in what he has forbidden to the servant. The second, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, was asked about the unexpected glance, and he knew that it affects the heart, so he commanded that it be treated by averting the gaze, not by repeating the glance. The third, that he explicitly stated that the first glance is for him, but the second is not. And it is impossible that his malady should be in what is for him, and his cure in what is not for him. The fourth, that the apparent result of a second glance is the strengthening of the matter, not its diminishing. And experience bears witness to this. And it is likely that the matter is as he saw it the first time, so it is not prudent to risk a repetition. The fifth, that he may see something that is even greater than what is in his mind, and so his torment will increase. The sixth, that Iblis, when he intends to take a second glance, rises up in his stirrups and beautifies for him what is not beautiful, so that the affliction may be complete. The seventh, that he is not aided in his affliction if he turns away from complying with the commands of the divine law and seeks a cure in what has been forbidden to him. Nay, he is more likely to be deprived of assistance. The eighth, that the first glance is a poisoned arrow from the arrows of Iblis, and it is known that the second is even more venomous. So how can one be cured of poison with poison? The ninth, that the one in this situation is in a state of dealing with the truth, mighty and majestic is he, in abandoning something beloved, as he claims. And he intends, by the second glance, to ascertain the state of the one looked upon. If she is not pleasing, he will leave her. Therefore, his leaving her would be because she does not suit his purpose, not for the sake of God, the exalted. So where is the dealing with God? Glorified is he by abandoning what is beloved for his sake. The 10th, this is made clear by an analogy that matches the situation. It is that if you were to ride a headstrong horse and it veered with you into a narrow, dead-end alley from which it could not turn around to exit, then, as it is about to enter, you should rein it in, lest it enter. If it enters a step or two, you should cry out to it and pull it back immediately before its entry is complete. If you pull it back, the matter will be easy. But if you delay until it has entered fully and you drive it further inside, and then you stand pulling it by its tail, its exit will be difficult or impossible for you. Would any rational person say that the way to free it is to drive it further inside? Likewise is the glance when it affects the heart. If the resolute one acts quickly and cuts off the source from the beginning, his cure will be easy. But if he repeats the glance and investigates the beauties of the form and transfers them to an empty heart and engraves them upon it, the love will become firm. And as the glances continue, they are like water that waters a tree. It will not cease to grow until the heart is corrupted and turns away from thinking about what it has been commanded, and it leads its possessor into trials and causes him to commit forbidden acts, and casts his heart into destruction. And the reason for this is that the gazer's eye took pleasure in the first glance, so it sought a repetition, like one eating delicious food who takes a single morsel. Had he lowered his gaze at first, his heart would have been at rest, and he would have been safe. And contemplate the saying of the prophet, "Peace and blessings be upon him." The glance is a poisoned arrow from the arrows of Iblis. For the nature of an arrow is that it travels into the heart and works upon it as poison works upon the one who has been poisoned. If he hastens to expel it, he may be saved. Otherwise, it will inevitably kill him. Al-Marudhaz said, I said to Ahmad, "A man looks at a female slave?" He said, "I fear temptation for him. How many a glance has cast turmoil into the heart of its owner?" And Ibn Abbas said, "The devil from a man is in 3 things, in his gaze, his heart, and his member. and he is from a woman in three things: in her gaze, her heart, and her backside. And since the glance is one of the closest means to what is forbidden, the divine law has necessitated its prohibition, but has permitted it in cases of need. And this is the nature of all that is forbidden as a means, for it is permitted for a preponderant benefit, 37b, just as prayer is forbidden during the prohibited times, lest it be a means of imitating the disbelievers in their prostration to the sun. Yet it is permitted for a preponderant benefit, such as making up missed prayers, the funeral prayer, and performing prayers that have a reason according to the correct view. And in the Musnad of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal it is reported from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, that he said, "The glance is a poisoned arrow from the arrows of Iblis. So whoever lowers his gaze from the beauties of a woman, God will cause to grow in his heart a sweetness that he will find until the day he meets him," or something to that effect. And Jarir ibn Abdullah, may God be pleased with them both, said, "I asked the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, about the unexpected glance, and he commanded me to avert my gaze." And the unexpected glance is the first glance, which occurs without the intention of the gazer. For what the heart does not intend, he is not punished for. But if he looks a second time deliberately, he has sinned. So the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, commanded him, upon having an unexpected glance, to avert his gaze, and not to prolong the look, for prolonging it is like repeating it. And he guided the one who is afflicted by an unexpected glance to cure it by going to his wife, saying, "Verily, with her is the like of what is with the other. For in that is solace from what is sought by means of its own kind." The second point is that the glance arouses the power of desire, so he commanded him to diminish it by going to his family. Thus the temptation of the glance is the origin of every temptation. As is established in the Sahih from the hadith of Usama ibn Zayd, may God be pleased with them both, that the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "I have not left behind me a temptation more harmful to men than women." And in Sahih Muslim, from the hadith of Abu Sa'ud al-Khudri, may God be pleased with him, from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, "Beware of the world and beware of women." And in the Musnad of Muhammad ibn Ishaq al-Sarraj, from the hadith of Ali ibn Abi Talib, may God be pleased with him, from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, "The most fearful of what I fear for my community are women and wine." And Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them both, said, "None of those who disbelieved in the past disbelieved except on account of women, and the disbelief of those who remain will be on account of women." And in lowering the gaze there are several benefits. The first, it purifies the heart from the pain of regret. For he who lets his gaze roam free, his regret will be perpetual. The most harmful thing to the heart is to let the gaze roam free, for it shows him what his desire for intensifies and what he has no patience for, nor any way of attaining. 38. And that is the utmost of his pain and torment. Al-Asma said, "I saw a young woman during the circumambulation who was like a wild cow. I began to look at her and fill my eyes with her beauties. She said to me, 'O you, what is your affair?' I said, 'And what harm is there to you from my looking?' She began to say, 'And whene'er thou sendest forth thy gaze as a scout for thy heart, one day the sights will weary thee. Thou wilt see that which thou art not capable of possessing in its entirety, nor art thou patient from some of it. And the glance does to the heart what the arrow does to the prey. If it does not kill it, it wounds it. It is like a spark of fire thrown into dry tinder. If it does not burn it all, it burns some of it. As it was said, all calamities have their beginning in a glance, and the greatest of fires is from the tiniest of sparks. How many a glance hath wrought havoc in the heart of its owner, the havoc of arrows, without a bow or a string. And a man, as long as he hath an eye that he turneth in the eyes of the fair maidens, is poised on the brink of danger. His eye is gladdened by what harmeth his soul. No welcome to a gladness that bringeth harm in its wake. And the gazer shoots at the one he looks upon with arrows whose target is his own heart, while he is not aware. He is but shooting at his own heart. And from my own verses, O thou who shootest with the arrows of the glance, striving, thou art the one slain by what thou shootest, so do not strike. And O thou who sendest forth thy gaze, seeking a cure for thyself, beware, for it will bring thee but parching thirst. And Al-Farazdak said, he took from her a glance that left him with no heart, and he knew not what he had taken. And I have not seen one slain, nor have I seen a slayer, without a weapon like her when she took aim. And another said, and while others are afflicted by an enemy and an envier, verily I have been afflicted by my eye and by my heart. They assailed me together, a glance and then a thought, and they left me with neither sleep nor reason. And another said, my own gaze shot me with it, and it did not miss my vital spot, but not everyone who is shot is struck in his vital spots. If I die, then weep for me as one slain by his own gaze, the slain of a friend who is ever present, never departing. And Ibn al-Mu'taz said, an enthralled one who watches the stars of the dark night, his reproacher weeps for him out of mercy. My eye hath shed my blood in passion, so weep for one slain, whose slayer is a part of him. And similar to it is from Al-Mutanab. And I am the one whose gaze brought on his own demise. So who is the one to be claimed against? And who the slain? Who the slayer? And he also said, oh, what a glance that banished sleep, and left in the core of my heart, for as long as I live, deep cuts. It was from the dark-eyed one, my heart's desire, but nay, my own fate took shape in my heart as that desire. And he also said, may the commander be protected from the eyes, for it is that which his might and his generosity cannot remove. He captivates the mighty champion with a glance, and comes between his heart and his resolve. And as Sur said, if thou dost not heed the flashing lightnings, and thou sleepest, the flood will flow beneath thee, rushing. Thou didst plant passion with a glance, then thou didst scorn it, and didst neglect it, feeling at ease and tolerant. And thou didst not know until its trees ripened, and the winds of grief blew upon it, fertilizing. So thou hast come to call upon a patience that is far from thee, and to seek a sleep that is distant from thee. And a singer entered Isfahan, and he would sing these 2 verses. Listen, O servants of God, from me, and restrain yourselves from gazing upon the beautiful. For the end of love is death, and its beginning is like a jest. And another said, and a gazelle-like youth, when he appeared, surrendered me to destruction, with his glance and his grace and his charm when he appeared. I wished to hunt him, but he hunted my heart and fled. And another said, reproaching his eye, by God, O my eye, the offender against my body, I shall surely extinguish with my tears the anguish of sorrow. By God, you hope that I will weep with passion and sickness, while you are sated with slumber and sleep. Far from it, until you are seen as an eye without sight, just as I am seen in passion as a form without a body. And another spake, O thou who beholdest my malady ever increase, and my ailment hath wearied my physician. Wonder not, for thus it is that the eyes do bring ruin upon the hearts. And another spake, Our glances transgress, yet we possess no knowledge thereof, while our own souls are held to account for their trespasses. And I have not seen souls more heedless, though they be chaste, than those which give credence to the intoxicating wiles of libertine eyes. And whosoever hath his eyelids as guardians of his heart, they shall surely grant passage to calamities upon his inmost self. And another spake, And one who, with a glance, did open the door to affliction, from it his heart provisioned itself with the sorrow of an age. And by God, he knoweth not whether she is aware of what she hath wrought upon his heart, or whether she hath undone him, and he is unaware. And another spake, I am caught between two foes, and they are my heart and my gaze. The gaze beholdeth, and the heart yearneth, and the intended end is my own demise. And Al-Kafaji spake, Her eye smote mine, and departed unscathed. So who is there to judge between the kohl-adorned and the tear-laden? O my gaze, I had indeed warned thee against that glance which thou didst steal, observing neither prohibition nor restraint. And O my heart, my gaze hath already brought thee to ruin once. So woe unto thee, wherefore didst thou obey it yet another time? And of my own verses, whose meaning may perchance be novel, did I not say to thee, Steal not a fleeting glance, for the thief of glances shall not escape pursuit? I cast my gaze as a snare for him when he appeared, yet it was my own heart that was more deserving of the snare. The second benefit. Verily it bestoweth upon the heart a light and a splendour that manifesteth itself in the eye, upon the countenance, and in all the members of the body. Just as unleashing the sight doth cast over it a gloom that becometh manifest upon his face and his members. And for this reason, and God knoweth best, God, the glorified, mentioned that he is the light in his saying, Exalted is he. God is the light of the heavens and the earth, An-Nur 35, after his saying, Tell the believing men to lower their gaze, An-Nur 30. And the hadith hath come in conformity with this, so much so that it is as if it were derived therefrom, which is his saying, The glance is a poisoned arrow from the arrows of Iblis. So whosoever lowereth his gaze from the beauties of a woman, God shall bequeath unto his heart a light. The hadith. The third benefit. Verily it bestoweth the gift of sound spiritual insight, 39b, for such insight is born of light, and is one of its fruits. And when the heart is illumined, one's insight becomes true, for it becometh like unto a polished mirror, wherein all manner of knowledge appeareth as it truly is. And the gaze is like unto the breath that clouds it. For when the servant of God doth unleash his gaze, his soul breathes a heavy sigh upon the mirror of his heart, and thus doth it extinguish its light, as it hath been said, The mirror of thy heart shall not show thee its soundness, so long as the soul breathes upon it without cease. Shuja al-Kirmani said, Whosoever adorneth his outward self by following the Sunnah, and his inward self with perpetual watchfulness, and lowereth his gaze from that which is forbidden, and restraineth his soul from its lusts, and eateth of that which is lawful, his insight shall not err. And indeed the insight of Shuja never erred. And God, the glorified, rewardeth the servant for his deed with that which is of its own kind. Thus whosoever lowereth his gaze from that which is forbidden, God, the glorified, shall compensate him by unleashing the light of his inner vision. For when he restrained his sight for the sake of God, God unleash for him his inner vision, and whosoever unleasheth his sight upon that which is forbidden, God shall restrain from him his inner vision. The fourth benefit. Verily, it openeth for him the paths and portals of knowledge, and maketh easy for him its means. And this is by reason of the light of the heart. For when it is illumined, the realities of knowledge become manifest therein, and are unveiled to him with swiftness, and he passeth from one to another. But as for him who letteth his gaze wander, his heart becometh troubled and darkened, and the door of knowledge and its paths are barred against him. The fifth benefit. Verily, it bestoweth upon the heart strength, constancy, and courage. For God, the glorified, granteth him the authority of inner vision, along with the authority of proof. And it is said in a tradition, Verily, he who masters his own desire, Satan himself doth flee from his shadow. And for this reason one findeth in him who followeth his desire such humiliation of the heart, such weakness, such debasement and baseness of the soul, as God hath ordained for all who prefer their own desire to his goodly pleasure. Al-Hasan said, Verily, though the mules may amble gracefully with them, and the steeds may clatter proudly beneath them, the humiliation of disobedience is ever in their hearts. God hath willed it that he shall humiliate all who disobey him. And one of the elders said, People seek honour at the gates of kings, but they find it not save in obedience to God. And whosoever obeyeth God, he hath indeed befriended him in that wherein he obeyed him. And whosoever disobeyeth him, 40a, he hath indeed taken him as an enemy in that wherein he disobeyed him. And he hath a portion and a share in the deed of one who showeth enmity through his acts of disobedience. And in the supplication of Kunut it is said, Verily, he whom thou befriendest shall never be abased, and he whom thou takest as an enemy shall never be exalted. The sixth benefit. Verily, it bestoweth upon the heart a joy, a delight, and an expansiveness far greater than the pleasure and joy attained through gazing. And that is because he hath vanquished his enemy by opposing him, and by opposing his own soul and its desires. And also, forasmuch as he restrained his pleasure and suppressed his craving for the sake of God, a craving wherein lay the delight of his soul that is prone to evil, God, the glorified, compensated him with a delight and a pleasure more perfect than it. As one of them said, By God, the pleasure of chastity is indeed greater than the pleasure of sin. And there is no doubt that when the soul opposes its desire, this is followed by a joy, a delight, and a pleasure more perfect than the pleasure of yielding to desire, by a measure to which there is no comparison. And it is here that reason is distinguished from desire. The seventh benefit. Verily, it delivereth the heart from the bondage of desire, for the true captive is he who is a captive of his desire and his caprice. And he is, as it hath been said, free in the eye's esteem, yet he is a captive. And whenever desire and caprice take the heart captive, its enemy gaineth dominion over it, and inflicteth upon it the most grievous torment, and it becometh like a sparrow in the hand of a child, who leads it to the pools of perdition, while the child jests and plays. The eighth benefit. Verily, it shutteth against him a gate from the gates of hell, for the glance is the gate to the desire that leadeth to the commission of the act. And the prohibition of the Lord, the exalted, and his sacred law are a veil preventing one from reaching it. Thus, whenever one teareth this veil, he groweth bold in transgression, and his soul knoweth no limit in its pursuit thereof. For the soul, in this matter, is not content with any limit at which it might stop, and that is because its pleasure is ever in that which is new. Hence, he who possesseth the novel is not content with the old, even if it be more beautiful in appearance and of better report. So, lowering the gaze shutteth against him this gate, wherein even kings have been powerless to fulfil all their aims. The 9th benefit. Verily, it strengtheneth his intellect, increaseth it, and maketh it firm. For unleashing and letting loose the gaze doth not arise, save from a lightness and recklessness of the intellect, and a failure to consider the consequences. For the unique quality of the intellect is the consideration of consequences. 40b. And he who sendeth forth his gaze, if he but knew what the consequence of his glance would reap upon him, he would not have let his sight wander free. As it was said, and the most intelligent of men is he who embarketh not upon a course until he reflecteth upon what its consequences will reap. The 10th benefit. Verily, it delivereth the heart from the intoxication of desire and the slumber of heedlessness. For unleashing the gaze causeth a deep-seated heedlessness of God and the hereafter, and casteth one into the intoxication of passionate love, as God the Exalted said of those enamoured of forms, By thy life, O Prophet, behold, in their intoxication they were blindly stumbling. Al-Hijr 72. For the glance is a cup of wine, and passionate love is the intoxication of that draught. And the intoxication of passionate love is greater than the intoxication of wine. For he who is drunk with wine may sober, but he who is drunk with passionate love seldom sobers, save when he is in the camp of the dead, as it hath been said. 2 intoxications, the drunkenness of desire and the drunkenness of wine. And when shall he who is afflicted with 2 intoxications ever awaken? And the benefits of lowering the gaze and the afflictions of letting it wander free are many times more than what we have mentioned, and we have but alluded to them as an indication. And this is especially so regarding the glance towards one to whom God hath made no way of fulfilment according to the sacred law, such as comely, beardless youths. For to unleash the gaze upon them is a deadly poison and an incurable disease. And the Hafidh Muhammad ibn Nasir hath related from a mursal hadith of Ash-Sha'bi, who said, A delegation from Abd al-Qais came to the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and among them was a beardless youth of radiant comeliness. So the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, made him sit behind his back, and said, The sin of those who came before was from the glance. And Sa'id ibn al-Musayyab said, If you see a man staring intently at a beardless youth, then be suspicious of him. And Ibn Adi mentioned in his Kamil from the Hadith of Baqiyah, from Al-Wazi, from Abu Salama, from Abu Huraira, may God be pleased with him, who said, The Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, forbade that a man should fix his gaze upon a beardless youth. And Ibrahim an-Nakhai, Sufyan al-Thawri, and others among the pious forbears used to forbid sitting with beardless youths. An-Nakhai said, Sitting with them is a tribulation, for they are of the same station as women. And in some, how many a man who hath let his glances roam hath seen the army of his patients 41a return defeated, and he did not desist until he was left thrashing among them, a slain man, O gazer, whose glances did not cease, until he was left thrashing among them, a slain man. The 7th gate, wherein is a debate between the heart and the eye, and the accusation of each against its companion, and the judgment between them, forasmuch as the eye is a scout, and the heart a seeker and a desirer, and the former hath the pleasure of seeing, and the latter the pleasure of attaining. They were, in matters of desire, partners in a shared venture. And when they fell into hardship and partook of affliction, each of them turned to blame and rebuke its companion. So the heart spake to the eye, Thou art the one who hath led me to the watering places of perdition, and cast me into sorrows by thy pursuit of glances. Thou didst indulge thy gaze in those gardens, and seek healing from ailing pupils, and didst defy the word of the wisest of all judges. Say to the believing men, An-Nur 30, and the word of his messenger, peace and blessings be upon him. The glance at a woman is a poisoned arrow from the arrows of Iblis. So whosoever forsaketh it out of fear of God, mighty and majestic is he, God shall reward him with a faith whose sweetness he shall find in his heart. Related by Imam Ahmad. Hisham related to us, Abd al-Rahman ibn Ishaq related to us from Muharib ibn Dithar, from Silah, from Hudayfa. And Umar ibn Shabbah said, Ahmad ibn Abdullah ibn Yunus related to us, Ambasah ibn Abd al-Rahman al-Qurashi related to us, Abu al-Hasan al-Madani related to us, Ali ibn Abi Talib, may God be pleased with him, related to us that the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, a man's glance at the beauties of a woman is a poisoned arrow from the arrows of Iblis. So whosoever turneth away from that arrow, God shall grant him in its place a devotion that shall gladden him. So who is to be blamed save the one who hath smitten his companion with a poisoned arrow? Dost thou not know that there is naught more harmful to man than the eye and the tongue? For most who perish, perish but for them, and most who are ruined but on their account. And by God, how many a wellspring of perdition have they led to, and how many a source of ruin have they brought forth from it? So he who loveth to live a life of bliss, and to pass his days in praise, let him rein in his gaze and his tongue, that he may be safe from harm, for it lieth hidden in the excess of speech and the excess of sight. And the truthful, the vindicated, hath declared that the two eyes commit adultery, and they are the root of the adultery of the flesh, for they are its scouts, and the ones that summon unto it. And the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, was asked 41b about the glance of suddenness. So he commanded the questioner to avert his gaze, thus guiding him to that which would benefit him, and ward off its harm. And he said to his cousin, Ali, may God be pleased with him, warning him of that which bringeth tribulation and bequeaths sorrow. Follow not a glance with another glance. Hast thou not heard the saying of the wise, he who letteth his gaze roam free, wearieth his own mind. And he whose glances are many, his sorrows shall be everlasting, and his time shall be lost. And the poet said, the glancing of eyes upon eyes is that which hath made a path for perdition to the heart. The glances ceased not their assault upon his heart, until he was left thrashing among them, a slain man. And another spake, Ye have taken your pleasure, O my two eyes, with a glance, and have led my heart to the bitterest of watering places. So, O my eyes, desist from my heart. For it is of a certainty an injustice that two should strive to slay one. A section. The eye spake, Thou hast wronged me from the beginning to the end, and borne the burden of my sin, both inwardly and outwardly. For I am naught but thy messenger, summoning unto thee, and thy scout, guiding thee. If thou sendest forth a scout towards that which thou desirest, and then blamest him, thou hast wronged the scout. For thou art the sovereign who must be obeyed, and we are but the soldiers and thy followers. Thou didst mount me upon the steed of thine errand, and then didst turn upon me with threats and warnings. Hadst thou commanded me to close my door upon myself, and to let down my veil, I would have heard and obeyed, and I would not have grazed in the sanctuary nor trespassed. Thou didst send me to hunt a quarry for which snares and traps had been set for thee, and around which pitfalls and nets were spread. Thus thou didst become a captive after having been a commander, and didst find thyself a bondsman after having been a sovereign. This and the master of all mankind, and the most just of all judges. Upon him be prayers, and peace, hath already ruled in my favour against thee, where he saith, Verily in the body there is a morsel of flesh. If it be sound, the entire body is sound, and if it be corrupt, the entire body is corrupt. Lo, it is the heart. And Abu Hurairah, may God be pleased with him, said, The heart is a king, and the members are its soldiers. If the king is good, his soldiers are good, and if the king is corrupt, his soldiers are corrupt. And hadst thou but looked with discernment, thou wouldst have known that the corruption of thy flock is due to thy corruption, and that its preservation, soundness, and rectitude are due to thy rectitude. But thou didst perish, and didst cause thy flock to perish. 42a, and didst lay upon the weak eye thy transgression. And the root of thy affliction is that there is naught in thee of the love of God, nor the love of remembrance of him, nor of his word, his names, and his attributes. And thou hast turned towards other than him, and turned away from him, and sought in recompense the love of another in his stead, and the desire for it instead of him. This, and thou hast heard what hath been recounted to thee of his, the glorified's, censure of the children of Israel for exchanging one food for another that was lesser. And he condemned them for it, and reproached them for it, saying, Would you take in exchange that which is lesser for that which is better? Al-Baqarah 61. So how is it with one who hath exchanged the love of his Creator, his Maker, his Guardian, and the Master of his affair? He in whom alone lieth his soundness, his success, his bliss, his joy, his delight, and his salvation, that he should single him out in love, and that he should be more beloved to him than all else besides him? So look, by God, with whom hast thou made an exchange, and with whose love hast thou sought recompense? Thou art content for thy soul to be imprisoned in filth, while the hearts of his lovers roam about the throne. Hadst thou but turned to him and turned away from all else, thou wouldst have beheld wonders and been safe from perils and perditions. Or dost thou not know that he hath singled out for triumph and bliss him who cometh to him with a sound heart, that is, sound from all else besides him, wherein there is naught but love of him and adherence to his goodly pleasure? She said, And the difference between my sin and thy sin in the eyes of men is like the difference between my blindness and thy blindness in measure. And he in whose hand are the reins of all affairs hath said, For verily it is not the eyes that grow blind, but blind are the hearts that are in the breasts. Al-Hajj 46. A section. And when the liver heard their exchange of words and their dispute, she spake, Ye too had conspired for my ruin, and for my slaying have ye joined forces. And truly he who recounted your debate hath judged justly, and he spake upon my tongue, lamenting my plight because of you. My gaze saith to my heart, Thou hast stirred in me a malady, while the eye claimeth that the heart hath afflicted it more. And the body beareth witness that the eye is a liar, for it is she who stirred up for the heart its affliction. Were it not for the eyes and the malady they reap, I would not be cast down among some of their slain. So the oppressed liver spake, Be at ease, ye have torn me asunder, and have not been mindful of God. And another spake, 42b, My heart saith to my gaze, as it wept in anguish, Dost thou weep, when it is thou who hast burdened me with this pain? And my gaze replied to it in rebuke, Nay, it is thou who didst burden me with hopes and with longing, until, when each was left alone with its companion, both became content with a long and lingering malady. My liver cried out to them, Go not far, for indeed ye have torn me into pieces with that which ye have met. And another spake, I rebuked my heart when I saw my body grown thin. But the heart laid blame upon my gaze, and said, Thou wert the messenger. And my gaze said to my heart, Nay, it was thou who wert the guide. So I said, Cease, both of you, for ye have left me slain. Then she spake, I shall be the one to judge between you. Ye are, in this affliction, partners in a shared venture, just as in pleasure and delight ye are two steeds in a race. For the eye taketh its pleasure, and the heart yearneth and desireth. And for this reason the poet spake concerning you. And when I complained of love, my gaze brought glad tidings to my heart, and my heart said to me, To thee and to me be this bliss. Thou art delivered from keeping the nights awake, sleepless, and thou hast delivered me from the pangs of separation and wasting away. Both of us are blessed with survival, but if thou dost return, neither shall love spare thee, nor shall it spare me. And unless the care of the turner of hearts and eyes overtaketh you, then there shall be no repose for thee, nor any rest for the heart. The poet said, And by God, I know not whether I should blame my own soul for this love, or my ill-fated eye, or my heart. For if I blame my heart, it saith to me, The eye beheld. And if I blame my eye, it saith, The sin belongs to the heart. So my eye and my heart, ye have shared my blood between you. O Lord, be thou a help against the eye and the heart. She spake. And when thou didst give the heart the water of love to drink from thy cups, thou didst kindle upon it the fire of longing. Then the vapour rose up to thee, and dripped down from thee, so thou wert choked by drinking it at first, and choked by its denial a second time. As it was said, Take my hand, then lift the garment, and behold the wasting of my body, though I try to conceal it. And that which floweth from the eye is not its water, but it is a soul that melteth, and then doth drip. 43. She spake. And the judge between you two is he who shall judge between the soul and the body when they contend before him. For it is said in a well-known tradition, Contention shall not cease among the creatures on the day of resurrection until the soul and the body contend. The body shall say to the soul, It was thou who didst move me, and command me, and direct me. Otherwise I would not have moved, nor would I have acted without thee. Then the soul shall say to it, And it was thou who didst eat, and drink, and touch, and take pleasure, so it is thou who dost deserve the punishment. Then God, the glorified, shall send to them an angel to judge between them. He shall say, Your likeness is the likeness of a sighted man who is crippled, and a blind man who can walk. They entered a garden, and the crippled man said to the blind man, I can see the fruits therein, but I cannot stand. And the blind man said, I can stand, but I see nothing. So the crippled man said to him, Come, carry me, and thou shalt walk, and I shall pluck. So upon whom shall the punishment be? They shall say, Upon them both. He shall say, And thus it is with you too. And in God is all success. The eighth gate, wherein is mention of the specious arguments invoked by those who permit gazing upon one with whom it is not lawful to have intimate enjoyment, and who permit the love thereof. This faction hath said, Between us and you stand the book, the sunnah, the sayings of the Imams of Islam, and sound reason. As for the book, it is the saying of God, the Exalted. Have they then never considered the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and all the things that God has created? Al-Araf 185. And this is all-encompassing of everything that God hath created. So what is it that excludeth from its general import the beautiful face, which is among the most beautiful of all that he hath created? Nay, the ground for inference and contemplation is stronger in it, and for this reason the Creator, the glorified, is praised upon beholding it, as one of the beholders of a beautiful form said, "Of a countenance, glory be to the cleaver of its dawn, and of graceful limbs, magnified be the right hand of the planter. Its spectres passed through the realms of imagination, so it wept over the effaced traces of forgotten solace. And the sight of wondrous beauty maketh the tongues of beholders exclaim, Glory be to God, Lord of the worlds, and blessed is God, the best of creators. And God, the exalted, did not create these beauties in vain, but rather he manifested them so that 43b, the beholder, might infer therefrom his power, his oneness, and the wonder of his creation. Thus, let them not be deprived of that for which they were created. As for the Sunnah, it is the well-known hadith. To gaze upon a beautiful face is an act of worship. And in another hadith, seek good from those with beautiful faces. And in this is a guidance to scrutinize and contemplate faces. And a man proposed to a woman and sought the counsel of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, regarding marrying her. He said, Have you looked upon her? He said, No. He said, Go and look upon her. And had the gaze been forbidden, he would not have permitted him to look, for he would not be safe from temptation. As for the sayings of the Imams, Al-Amrani related that a man wrote to Ash-Shafi'i on a slip of paper, Ask the Mufti of Mecca, is there in visiting, and in the glance of a yearning heart, any sin? And Ash-Shafi'i answered him, God of the throne forbid that piety should be undone by the cleaving of livers wherein are wounds. And Al-Qaraiti mentioned this question and answer as being from Atta ibn Abi Rabah, and its beginning is, I asked Atta of Mecca. And Al-Hakim mentioned in his Manaqib Ash-Shafi'i, may God be pleased with him, from his poetry. They say, do not gaze, and that is an affliction. Lo, every soul with two eyes is bound to be a gazer, and the anointing of the eye with the eye is no cause for suspicion, so long as the inmost conscience remaineth chaste between them. And Al-Istarabadi mentioned in the book Manaqib Ash-Shafi'i that a man wrote to Sa'id ibn al-Musayyab, O master of the followers and the righteous, in love I have forgotten the surah of Al-Baqarah. So be with thy fatwa, compassionate and gentle, for through thee God hath taken pride in the noblest of the righteous. Hath God forbidden the kissing of a youth's cheek, whose attributes of beauty are renowned? And Sa'id answered him, O thou who askest me of thy hidden pangs, upon thee be patience, and thou shalt praise its outcome. And be not a seeker of lewdness, or like him whose flood bringeth forth its own rain. And be mindful of God, and fear his might, and oppose the dissolute and the profligate. And kiss the cheek of this thy beloved every day and night 10 times. And Abu al-Abbas al-Mubarrad said in Al-Kamil, an Arab of the desert said, and Abu al-Aliyah recited it to me. I asked the learned youth of Mecca what is decreed as licit of kissing in the month of Ramadan. The Meccan replied, As for a wife, 7 times it is, and as for a cherished friend, it is 8, by God's command. And Abu Bakr al-Khatib mentioned in the book Ru'a Malik from one of them. I say to a mufti between Mecca and Safa, may good be yours. Is there in their union any sin? And in she of the silent anklets and slender waist and sweet mouth, if I kiss her, is there any blame? Then the mufti said to me, and his tears did flow down his cheek from his eyes. A matched pair they were. Would that I had kissed her one evening in the valley of Mina, while the pilgrims in their holy state were asleep. And Al-Hakim said in the book Manaqib Ash-Shafi'i, Abul Ala ibn Kushar al-Hari related to us, Ali ibn Sulaiman al-Akhfash informed us from Muhammad ibn al-Jahm, who said, I heard Ar-Rabi' say, I was present with Ash-Shafi'i in Makkah, and a man handed him a slip of paper, wherein was written, I say to the Mufti of the valley of Mecca and Safa, may good be yours. Is there in their union any sin? And in she of the silent anklets and slender waist and sweet mouth, if I kiss her, is there any blame? He said, so Ash-Shafi'i wrote upon it. Then the Mufti said to me, and his tears did flow down his cheek from his eyes, a matched pair they were. Would that I had kissed that one evening in the valley of Mina, while the pilgrims in their holy state were asleep. And Amr ibn Sufyan ibn, the daughter of Jami ibn Murkhia, said, we asked Malik and his companion, Layth ibn Sa'd, concerning the kiss of a lover. Is it permissible? They both said, by him who created all creation, the most merciful hath not forbidden the kiss of a lover. The author of the book Ristak al-Ittifaq, who is the poet of the Egyptians, mentioned this, and he recited therein for this Amr ibn Sufyan, and wrote with it to 44b ibn Uyayna. We said to Sufyan al-Hilali one time, is the embrace of a yearning lover forbidden for his beloved after a separation he hath endured? And he replied, nay, by the one the Creator. And he recited therein for his grandfather Jami, and wrote with it to Ali ibn Zayd ibn Judan. We asked Ibn Judan ibn Amr, brother of eminence, is it forbidden to kiss the beloved on the night of decree? And the Meccan said to us, and sufficient is his knowledge, nay, by him who hath brought the even and the odd. And he recited for Ibrahim ibn al-Mudabbir, and wrote with it to Abu Bakr ibn Ayyash, one of the Imams of the Quranic reciters. I asked Ibn Ayyash, and he was a teacher, may good be yours. Is there in the embrace of the beloved any burden of sin? And Abu Bakr said, nor in his kiss. Hath not the revelation come to us with the lifting of the burden? And he recited for another, and wrote with it to Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal. He said, and some have claimed that he is Ishaq ibn Mu'adh ibn Zuhair, the poet of the people of Egypt in his time. I asked the Imam of the people, son of Ibn Hanbal, concerning embracing and kissing, is there any harm in it? And he replied, if solace becomes a necessity, then it is obligatory, for thou hast indeed brought a servant of God back to life. And he recited for Ibn Murkhia, and wrote with it to Abu Hanifa. We wrote to An-Nu'man one day a message, asking him about the kiss of a guarded beloved. And he said to us, there is no sin therein, and verily it is delightful if she be of 14 years. And a man wrote to Abu Ja'far at-Tahawi, O Abu Ja'far, what sayest thou? For verily, when a grave matter befalls us, upon thee is our reliance. So do not deny my words, and rejoice in the mercy of the God concerning the matter about which thou art asked. Is there in love any shame, or from love any escape? And is he who censureth the matter of passion ignorant? And is it licit that a captivated soul be slain, whose beloveds abandon him, while he still seeketh to unite? 45a. So give thy opinion in response, for verily I shall do as thou decreest in this matter, O Sheikh. And At-Tahawi answered him, I shall render a judgment concerning that which thou askest, and I shall judge between the two lovers, and be just. May I be thy ransom. I have known no shame in love. Nay, the shame is in forsaking love, if thou dost but have sense. And whosoever censureth in the matter of love, he is, by thy life, in my view, more ignorant than the most ignorant of men. And it is not licit among us to slay a Muslim without due cause. Nay, the slayer of a soul is to be slain. But if he dieth in love, there is no retaliation for him therein, nor is blood money paid for him. Thy union with the one thou desirest, even if he turneth away, is an obligation upon thee. Thus doth the captivated one act, according to this rule. This, then, is an answer wherein, in my view, lieth contentment for that which thou hast come to ask, O passionate one. And it sufficeth that the Mu'tazilites are among the most severe of people in their awe of sins, and they hold that those who commit major sins shall abide in hell for ever, yet they do not see the prohibition of that which has been mentioned. As the Hafiz Abul Qasim ibn Asakir mentioned in his renowned history for one of the Mu'tazilites, we asked Abu Uthman, Amr, and Wasil about embracing and kissing the cheek and the neck. They both said, By him who is just, it is permissible without sin, so leave aside the words of refutation. And Ishaq ibn Shabib said, We asked all the sheikhs of the Wasitiyin about sipping from the lips and kissing, is there sin therein? And they all said, It is no sin for a wife, nor for a beloved friend, and the embrace in this case is a prize. And Abul Hasan Ali ibn Ibrahim ibn Muhammad ibn Sa'd al-Khair recited in his book Sharh al-Kamil, So when meeting was permitted to us, we embraced as one friend embraceth another. And dost thou see any transgression or prohibition in a longing one being embraced by a passionate longing one? And Al-Khatib said in his Tarikh Baghdad, Abul Hasan Ali ibn Ayyub ibn al-Husayn related to us by dictation, Abu Ubaidillah al-Marzubani and Ibn Hayyawayh and Ibn Shadhan related to us. They said, Abu Abdullah Ibrahim ibn Muhammad ibn 45b Arafah, known as Niftawayh, related to us. He said, I entered upon Muhammad ibn Dawud al-Isbahani during the illness in which he died, and I said to him, How do you find yourself? He said, The love of her whom you know hath bequeathed to me what you see. So I said to him, What prevented you from enjoying her when you had the ability to do so? He said, Enjoyment is of two kinds. One is the permissible gaze, and the second is the forbidden pleasure. As for the permissible gaze, it hath bequeathed to me what you see. And he related the story. And it shall come in the chapter on the chastity of lovers. And the intent here is that he did not deem the gaze upon his beloved, nor the love for her, to be forbidden. And Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm followed this same school of thought in his book Tawq al-Hamama. They said, And we shall bring you to the judgment of one who is counted as thousands upon thousands. And he is Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah. For he was asked, What do the masters, the jurists, may God be pleased with them, say concerning a man who is in love with a certain form, and she hath persisted in abandoning him for a long time, increasing him in naught but distance, while he increaseth in naught but love for her? And his love for this form is without dissoluteness or lewdness, nor is he one who would defile his love with fornication. And his state hath brought him to the point of perishing without a doubt, if he remaineth with his beloved in this state. So is it licit for one in such a state to be abandoned? And is union with him incumbent upon the aforementioned beloved? And doth she sin by persisting in her abandonment of him? And what is required in the details of their affair? And what are the rights of each of them over the other, in a manner that is in accordance with the sacred law? And he answered in his own hand with a lengthy reply, in the midst of which he said, For the lover there are 3 stations, a beginning, a middle, and an end. As for his beginning, it is incumbent upon him therein to conceal it, and not to disclose it to the creation, observing in that the conditions of chivalry, which include chastity despite the ability to do otherwise. And if his state intensifies to the middle station, then there is no harm in informing his beloved of his love for her, so that by informing her and complaining to her what he feeleth may be lightened, but he must beware of people coming to know of it. And if the matter intensifies for him until it exceedeth all bounds and controls, he joineth the ranks of the mad and the possessed. So the lovers are divided into two categories. A category who were content with a glance after a glance, and some of them die in that state, and do not reveal their secret 46a to anyone, not even their beloved, who knoweth naught of it. And it hath been related from the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. Whosoever loveth and remaineth chaste, and keepeth it secret, and then dieth, he is a martyr. And the second category they permitted for one who reacheth a state where he feareth for his own life, a kiss from time to time. They said, for to refrain from it may lead to the perishing of the soul, and a kiss is a minor matter, whereas the perishing of the soul is a major one. And when a person is afflicted with two illnesses, he treateth the more dangerous of the two. And there is no danger greater than the killing of the self. So much so that they made it incumbent upon the beloved to comply with him in this, if she knoweth that to refrain from it would lead to his perishing. And they argued from the saying of God, the Exalted, if you avoid the most heinous of the things which you are forbidden to do, we shall remit your evil deeds, An-Nisa 31, and with his saying, the Exalted, those who avoid the more heinous sins and shameful deeds, and transgress only by mistake, An-Najm 32. And with the hadith of the one who said, O Messenger of God, I met a woman who was a stranger to me, and I did with her everything except intercourse. He said, Did you pray with us? He said, Yes. He said, Verily, God hath forgiven you. Then God, the Exalted, revealed, And be constant in prayer at the two ends of the day and in the watches of the night, for behold, good deeds drive away evil deeds. Hud 114. Then he said, So if this questioner is, as he hath claimed, one of those who doth not defile his love with fornication, nor accompany it with lewdness, then his case is to be considered. If he is of the first category, then the gaze is sufficient for them if their claim is true. And if he is of the second category, then there is no harm in his complaining to his beloved, so that she might feel for him and have mercy upon him. And if the state overcometh him, and he joineth the third category, then what we have mentioned is permitted for him, on the condition that it not become a model for the doing of a loathsome forbidden act. For then it would join the ranks of the major sins, and he would deserve to be slain at that point, and the excuse would be removed from him, and the word of punishment would be justified against him. End of what we have mentioned of his answer. They said, And a faction of the jurists of the pious forbears and their successors hath permitted a man to seek release with his own hand, if he feareth fornication. And a faction of the jurists hath permitted for one who feareth for himself during an obligatory fast, from the intensity of his passion, that his testicles might rupture, that he may have intercourse with his wife. And they built a legal ruling upon this, which is, if he hath two wives, one menstruating and one fasting, may he have intercourse with this one or that one. This is subject to two opinions. And there is no doubt that the glance, the kiss, and the embrace, if they contain a cure for his malady, would be easier than seeking release with the hand, or having intercourse during the day in Ramadan. And some jurists have permitted a woman, if she feareth fornication, to fashion for herself something to insert into her private part and remove it, so that she not fall into the prohibition of fornication. And there is no doubt that the sacred law came with the obligation of choosing the lesser of two evils in order to ward off the greater of them, and forgoing the lesser of two benefits in order to attain the greater of them. So where is the harm of a glance, a kiss, and an embrace in comparison to the harm of illness, madness, or perishing altogether? This, then, is what this faction hath argued, and we shall, by God's help and his power, mention what is for them and what is against them in this matter. The ninth gate. In answer to what this faction hath argued, and what is for and against them in this argument, and their specious arguments which they have mentioned revolve around three categories. The first, authentic reports, wherein there is no proof for them. The second, false reports attributed to those to whom they have been ascribed, being the fabrications of the dissolute and the profligate, as we shall make clear. The third, vague reports, which are open to an interpretation contrary to that which they have espoused. As for their argument from the saying of God, the exalted, have they then never considered the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and all the things that God has created? Al-Araf 185, it is a parallel of their very argument for the permissibility of the satanic, dissolute musical performance from the saying of God, the exalted. So give glad tidings to my servants who listen to the word, then follow the best of it, Az-Zumar 17:18. They said, and the word is general. Thus they burdened its wording and its meaning with that from which it is innocent. For the word here is that which God hath commanded them to listen to, which is his revelation that he sent down upon his messenger, and it is that concerning which he said, have they not then pondered the word? Al-Mu'minun 68, and the exalted said, and indeed we have conveyed the word unto them, Al-Qasas 51. So this is the word which they were commanded to follow the best of, as he said, and follow the best of what has been sent down to you from your sustainer, Az-Zumar 55. And the gaze which he, the glorified, hath commanded us is the gaze that leadeth to knowledge of him, faith in him, and love of him, and to the inference of the truthfulness of his messengers in what they have reported from him of his names, his attributes, his actions, his reward, and his punishment. Not the gaze that 47a causeth the gazer to become attached to a form which it is forbidden for him to enjoy, neither by sight nor by touch. This is the gaze concerning which God, the glorified, commanded its possessor to lower his sight. This and the people of that time were not afflicted with beardless youths, and they were of nobler souls and purer hearts than that. So, if he commanded them to lower their gaze from a form that is permissible for them in some circumstances for fear of temptation, then how is it with the gaze towards a form that is in no way permissible? Then it is said to this faction, the gaze to which God hath called is a gaze for which the gazer is rewarded, and it is a gaze in accordance with his command, intended for the knowledge of his Lord and the love of him, not the satanic gaze. And this argument resembles the argument of some of the heretics who affiliate themselves with jurisprudence for the licitness of depravity with a man's slave, from his saying, the exalted, save with their spouses or those whom their right hands possess. For then, behold, they are not to be blamed. Al-Mu'minun 6. And one who believes this is an unbeliever whose blood is licit after the proof has been established against him. This faction hath but cloaked itself in its desires and lusts, and hath given the illusion that they gaze for the sake of contemplation and inference, until the matter led some of them to think that their gaze is an act of worship, for they are gazing upon the manifestations of divine beauty. And they claim that God, glorified and exalted is he, above the saying of the brothers of the Christians, manifests himself in that beautiful form, and they make this a path to God, as hath occurred with many factions of those who claim gnosis and the spiritual path. Our Sheikh, may God have mercy upon him, said, "The unbelief of these is worse than the unbelief of the people of Lot, and worse than the unbelief of the idol worshippers. For the latter did not say that God, the glorified, reveals himself in those forms, and the idol worshippers, the utmost of what they said was, we worship them for no other reason than that they may bring us nearer to God, Az-Zumar 3. But these have said, we worship them because God hath manifested himself in their forms." And our Sheikh related to me that a man from among these was passed by a beautiful youth, and he began to follow him with his gaze. A companion of his rebuked him for it, saying, "This is not befitting for one such as you." He replied, "Verily, I see in him the attributes of my object of worship, and he manifests himself in 47b the guises of his beauty." The companion said, "But I have done this and that with him." He replied, "And what of it?" Our Sheikh said, "So may God curse a nation whose object of worship is one who is trodden upon." He said, and the best of their later scholars, Al-Afif at-Tilimsani, was asked, and it was said to him, "If existence is one, then what is the difference between a sister, a daughter, and a woman who is a stranger, such that this one is licit and that one is forbidden?" He replied, "To us all are the same, but these veiled ones have said, it is forbidden. So we said, it is forbidden for you. And among these heretics are those who specify this for certain forms. These, then, are of the same kind as the Christians. Nay, they are their brethren. So the gaze, in the view of these, at forbidden forms, is an act of worship, and it is likely that this hadith is a fabrication of some of these heretics, or of the dissolute and profligate. Otherwise the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, is innocent of it." And our Sheikh was asked concerning one who says, "To gaze upon a beautiful face is an act of worship," and relates this from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him. Is that authentic or not? He answered and said, "This is a false and baseless lie. And whosoever relates this from the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, or what resembles it, hath lied against him, peace and blessings be upon him." For this has not been related by any of the people of Hadith, neither with an authentic chain of transmission, nor with a weak one. Rather, it is among the fabrications, and it is contrary to the consensus of the Muslims. For no one hath ever said that to gaze upon a woman who is a stranger or a beardless youth is an act of worship. And whosoever claimeth that, he is to be called to repentance. If he repenteth, it is well. Otherwise he is to be slain. For of the gaze some is forbidden, some is disliked, and some is permissible. And God knoweth best. As for the other hadith, which is, seek good from those with beautiful faces, although it has been related with a chain of transmission, it is nonetheless baseless and not authentic from the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him. And were it authentic, there would be no proof in it for this faction. For he only commanded to seek good from them, not to seek union with them, nor to attain that which is forbidden from them. For a beautiful face is a place where one may expect a beautiful deed, for character, in most cases, is suited to the physical form. Between them is a close relation. As for the command of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, to the one proposing marriage that he should look at the one being proposed to, that is a gaze for a need, and it is commanded as a matter of recommendation 48a according to the majority, and as a matter of obligation according to some of the Zahirites. And it is of the gaze that is permitted for a preponderant benefit, which is that the husband should enter into the marriage with clear sight, and be further from regret and aversion to the woman. So the permissible gaze is of several kinds, and this is one of them, contrary to the gaze at a forbidden form. A section. As for what as-Samani mentioned from Ash-Shafi'i, may God have mercy upon him, it is from the distortion of the narrator. The questioner did not mention the words of Ash-Shafi'i, and the two verses are thus. I asked the youth of Mecca, is there in visiting, and in the glance of a yearning heart, any sin? He replied, God forbid that piety should be undone by the cleaving of livers wherein are wounds. So this questioner is the one who mentioned the question and the answer, and he is unknown. It is not known whether he is reliable or not. Moreover, the answer does not point to the aim of this faction in any way whatsoever. Rather, it is an argument against them. For he forbade that piety should be undone by the cleaving of these livers. It is as if he said, let not these livers cleave together, lest their cleaving should undo piety. So the aforementioned cleaving is the subject, and piety is the object. It is as if he said, do not do this, lest the cleaving undo the piety. And another answer is that this cleaving is only not destructive of piety if it is in a permissible love, nay, a recommended one, such as the love of a wife or a female slave. As for what they mentioned from Sa'id ibn al-Musayyab, may God have mercy upon him, Sa'id himself hath answered it. For when Jami' ibn Murkhiyah, this questioner, who was from the Banu Kilab, passed by him, Sa'id said, this is one of the greatest liars among the Arabs. It was said, how so, O Abu Muhammad? He said, is he not the one who says, I asked Sa'id ibn al-Musayyab, the mufti of the city, is there in the love of Dahma any burden of sin? And Sa'id ibn al-Musayyab replied, one is only blamed for that which is within one's power to do. He lied. By God! He never asked me about any of this, nor did I ever give him such a fatwa. And if this is Sa'id's response in a case like this, then what would be his response to one who asked him to kiss a beloved, who's a stranger, every day and night, 10 times? So may God condemn the dissolute liars who attribute falsehoods to the scholars, especially to one like Sa'id. All of these are dissolute liars, who wish to pass off 48b their depravity by lying against the scholars of their time, just as the dissolute Abu Nuwas passed off his lie against Ishaq ibn Yusuf al-Azraq. Ubaydullah ibn Muhammad ibn Aisha said, I came to Ishaq ibn Yusuf al-Azraq one day, and when he saw me, he wept. I said, what makes you weep? He said, this Abu Nuwas. I said, what of him? He said, O maiden, bring me the parchment. And on it was written, O enchanter of the eyes and the neck, and slayer of me with thy promises. Thou dost promise me union, then break thy word to me. Woe is me from one who breaketh a promise. The hadith narrator al-Azraq related to me from Shimr and Auf, from Ibn Mas'ud, that none breaketh a promise save an unbelieving woman, or an unbeliever chained in hellfire. He lied, by God, against me, and against the successors, and against the companions. And even if it were authentic from Sa'id, there would be no proof for you in it. For Sa'id commanded him first to be patient, to be mindful of God, to fear his might, and to oppose the dissolute. Then he commanded him to kiss the cheek of the one he loves 10 times every day. And this certainly he only intended for one whom it is licit for him to kiss, such as a wife or a concubine. So he commanded him to find solace in her kiss as a substitute for the kiss of one who is not licit for him. And one does not think of the scholars of Islam anything other than this, save one who is excessive in his ignorance or is suspect in his religion. As for what Al-Mubarrad mentioned from the desert Arab who asked the Meccan youth about kissing in Ramadan, and he said, "For the wife 7, and for the beloved friend 8, neither this questioner nor this mufti is known, such that his report might be accepted. And even if that were authentic, and the questioner and the mufti were known, the beloved friend would be his beautiful female slave, she whom it is licit to kiss 8 times or more. But as for any of the people of Islam giving a fatwa that it is licit to kiss a woman who is a stranger and forbidden to him 8 times in Ramadan, then God forbid such a thing. And such is the ruling on the tradition which Al-Khatib mentioned in the book Ruwa Malik. And it is not to be thought of a scholar that he wished he could kiss a woman who is a stranger while he is in a state of ihram in the valley of Mina. For the aforementioned kiss exposes the Hajj to invalidation and nullifies it according to one group of scholars. If this be authentic, then he only intended his wife or his female slave. As for the tradition which 49a al-Hakim mentioned in Manaqib al-Shafi'i, may God have mercy upon him, there is no one between al-Hakim and Arabi who can be taken as an authority. And what indicates that the story is a manifest lie is that the questioner claimed that Ash-Shafi'i answered with the words, "Then the Mufti said to me, and his tears did flow." This is merely the questioner's account of the Mufti's words. So who is the one recounting this from Ash-Shafi'i? So leave aside these lies and absurdities. As for what you have mentioned from Amr ibn Sufyan ibn the daughter of Jami, who is it that mentioned this from Amr? And who is this Amr ibn Sufyan ibn the daughter of Jami ibn Murkhiyah? This is the place for the 2 famous verses. We asked every tribe about Thumala, and the speakers said, "And who is Thumala?" So I said, "Muhammad ibn Yazid is from among them." They said, "You have only increased us in ignorance of them." And is it licit for anyone to believe concerning Malik and al-Layth ibn Sa'd that they permitted the kissing of the cheek of a beloved woman who is a stranger, or the cheek of a comely, beardless youth? This and the story of Malik with the one who embraced a boy, and he gave the fatwa that he be flogged 600 lashes, and he died, and the boy's father said to him, "You have killed my son." He replied, "God killed him." So one whose severity and fatwas are like this, would he give a fatwa permitting the kissing of the cheeks of comely beardless youths? Yea, the most merciful hath not forbidden the kiss of a lover for whom union with his beloved is licit, nor the kiss of a man on the cheek of his child, just as Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, may God be pleased with him, kissed the cheek of his daughter Aisha, may God be pleased with her. And a desert Arab saw the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, kissing one of his daughter's sons, and said, "Do you indeed kiss children? I have 10 children, and I have never kissed them." He said, "Do I have any power, if God hath removed mercy from thy heart?" As for the author of the book Ristak al-Ittifaq, who is the poet of the Egyptians, by my life, you have indeed spread corruption by providing this chain of transmission. For he is the dissolute, profligate man named Abu ar-Raqamak. But this text is not to be denied with this chain of transmission, for it befits none but him. As for the story of Ibrahim ibn al-Mudabbir from Abu Bakr ibn Ayyash, it is an unverified report from an uninfallible speaker. As for what they mentioned from Imam Ahmad, may God have mercy upon him, by him besides whom there is no other God, it is indeed among the most loathsome of lies against him. 49. And if this lying, dissolute man had passed off this lie with someone else, his affair might have had some currency. But out of the severity of his ignorance, he passed it off with Ahmad ibn Hanbal. It is as if one were to attribute to him the saying that the Qur'an is created, or the precedence of Ali over Abu Bakr, or the precedence of opinion over the Sunnah, and the like of that. And likewise for what was mentioned from Abu Hanifa, may God have mercy upon him. And even if it were authentic, there would be no proof in it for this faction. For he said, there is no sin therein if she be of 14 years, and he did not say, if she be a stranger. And we say, as Abu Hanifa, may God have mercy upon him, said, if the beloved is licit. As for what was mentioned from At-Tahawi, we do not know of its authenticity from him, and if it were authentic, he only intended thereby the permissible kiss. For a man may be afflicted with the abandonment of his wife or his female slave, and so he asks the physicians of religion, the physicians of the body, and the physicians of love for his remedy, and each of them answers him according to his knowledge and what he possesses. And Mughith, the husband of Barira, complained of his love for her, so the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, interceded with her that she might return to him, but she did not. And a man complained to him that his wife does not refuse the hand of a toucher. He said, divorce her. He said, verily, I fear that my soul will follow after her. He said, then enjoy her. This was mentioned by Imam Ahmad and An-Nasai. Some of the people of knowledge said, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, considered the warding off of the greater of two evils with the lesser of them. For when he complained to him that she does not refuse the hand of a toucher, he commanded him to divorce her. But when he informed him of his love for her, and that he feared he would not be patient without her, and that perhaps his love for her would call him to disobedience, he commanded him to keep her as a remedy for his heart, and to ward off the evil he feared by enduring the evil of which he complained. And Abu Ubaid answered this by saying that she did not refuse the hand of a toucher who asked her for a gift, for she would not refuse the hand of one who asked her for something of her husband's wealth. But this interpretation was refuted on the grounds that one who asks for a gift is not called a toucher, but rather one who requests. And another group answered it by saying that the occurrence of disobedience in a marriage does not necessitate its invalidation. And An-Nasai said, this hadith is repudiated. And in my view it has another aspect besides all this. For the man did not complain that his wife commits adultery with everyone who desires it of her. For if 50a he had asked about that, the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, would not have approved of him remaining with a prostitute, and being the husband of a prostitute, a cuckold. Rather, he complained to him that she does not pull herself away from one who jests with her, and places his hand upon her, or pulls her garment, and the like. For among women are those who are lenient in conversation and play, and the like, yet she is chaste and virtuous if adultery is sought from her. And this was the custom of many of the Arab women, and they did not consider it a fault. Indeed, in the time of ignorance, they held that the husband had the lower half, and the lover the upper half. The lover hath what her veil encloseth, and the husband hath what her waist-wrapper encloseth. And the point is that the people were on the side of the lover against his beloved if union with her was permissible for him. And we shall mention that in the chapter on assisting lovers with permissible encounters, if God wills. As for what they mentioned from the sheikhs of the Mu'tazilites and the sheikhs of the Wasitiyin, the aforementioned Abu Uthman is Amr ibn Ubaid, and Wasil is Wasil ibn Atta, and they are the two sheikhs of that people. And even if they had given that fatwa, it would have been the fatwa of two innovators, condemned by the pious forebears and their successors. So how then, when the one who reports it is an unknown man from the Mu'tazilites, who lied against those whom the Mu'tazilites venerate, in order to pass off his own dissoluteness? As for the story of Muhammad ibn Dawud al-Isfahani, its utmost is that it be from his forgiven striving, not from his praiseworthy deeds. And by it people were given license against his honour. And may God forgive us and him, for he exposed himself by his gazing to the malady that made him bedridden. And this, even if it were with one who was permissible for him, would be a deficiency and a fault. So how then with a youth who is a stranger? And Satan contented him with loving him and gazing at him, instead of uniting with him, since he had no hope of that from him. So he attained from him that which he knew his cunning could not exceed, and he made him an example for those who would emulate him after him, like Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm al-Zahiri and others. And the cunning of Satan is more subtle than this. As for Abu Muhammad, then, according to the measure of his dryness and harshness in clinging to the literal, and his nullification of meanings, proprieties, wisdoms, and legal rationales, he became pliant in the matter of passionate love, gazing and listening to forbidden 50b musical diversions. So he widened this gate exceedingly, and narrowed the gate of proprieties, meanings, and legal wisdoms exceedingly. And this is from his deviation at both extremes, to the point that he rejected the hadith which al-Bukhari related in his Sahih on the prohibition of instruments of diversion, on the grounds that it is suspended and not fully transmitted. And it was hidden from him that al-Bukhari met the one from whom he suspended it, and heard from him, and he is Hisham ibn Ammar. And it was hidden from him that the hadith has been transmitted with a full chain by more than one of the Imams of hadith from Hisham ibn Ammar. So he nullified a sound, established sunnah from the Messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, in which there is no flaw whatsoever. As for the one to whom they referred us for judgment, who is Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, we are content with his judgment. So where did he permit for you the forbidden gaze, and the love of beardless youths and women who are strangers? Is this anything but a manifest lie against him? Here are his works and his fatwas, all of them speaking contrary to what you have related from him. As for the fatwa which you have related, it is a lie against him, and does not resemble his speech in any way. And were it not for the sake of brevity, we would have mentioned it in its entirety, so that he who comes upon it may know that it could not have been issued by one lesser than him, let alone by him. And I said to the one who showed it to me, "This is a lie against him. It does not resemble his speech." A certain prince had some time ago brought it to my attention, it being in the hand of a man accused of falsehood. And he said to me, I would not have thought the sheikh capable of such delicate glosses. Thereafter I reflected upon it, and found it to be a fabrication attributed to him. And were it not for the sake of brevity, we would have cited such of his legal opinions as would make it manifest that this is indeed a falsehood. As for the principle you have mentioned, that of embracing the lesser of two evils to ward off the greater, we do not deny this principle. Nay, it is one of the soundest principles of the divine law. The matter at hand, however, is whether this particular case falls within its scope. and so we shall hold you to account by this very principle. For the potential harm of the pain of love, endured while lowering one's gaze and refraining from kissing the beloved, embracing them and the like, is lesser than the harm of gazing and kissing. For this latter harm leads to the heart's ruin and the corruption of one's faith, whereas the utmost harm that can be conceived from refraining from such acts is a sickness of the body, or even death, in avoidance of that which is forbidden. 50. Where, then, is the comparison between these two harms? Moreover, gazing, kissing, and embracing do not prevent the sickness and death that are brought about by love, for passion by these means only intensifies and does not fade. For the burning ache of one who yearns with hope of union is not as the ache of one who yearns bereft of all hope. There is no doubt that the love of one who possesses a glimmer of hope is more powerful than the love of one who has despaired of his beloved. It is for this reason that it has been said, "And love is never more grievous a burden than on the day the dwellings of the beloved draw near." If it is then said, "But God, the most sublime, has made permissible for the one in dire necessity the flesh of a dead animal, blood, and the flesh of swine, and consuming them in such a state is indeed obligatory upon him." Masruq and Imam Ahmad, may God have mercy upon them, have said, "Whosoever is compelled by necessity to eat the flesh of a dead animal, but does not eat, and so dies, he shall enter the fire." Thus, the most that can be said of a glance, a kiss, or an embrace is that they are forbidden. But if the lover is driven to them by dire necessity, then, if they are not deemed obligatory, they can be no less than permissible. This is a sound analogy and a correct consideration. And where is the harm of a lover's death in comparison to the harm of embracing and kissing him? The answer is that this becomes clear upon mentioning a certain principle, which is that God, he is sublime and exalted, has not placed within a servant a necessity for sexual union, such that if he does not engage in it, he will die. This is contrary to his necessity for food, drink, and clothing, for these are the sustenance of the body without which it would perish. For this reason he did not permit in the case of unlawful intercourse what he permitted in the consumption of forbidden food and drink. For the former is a matter of desire and pleasure, which are but an addition and an excess. It is for this reason that a person can live his entire life without marrying or taking a concubine, yet he cannot live without food or drink. Hence, the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, commanded the youth to remedy this desire with fasting, and God, the Most High, said of those who passionately desired young men, "Verily, you approach men with desire instead of women." Al-Araf 781. He thus informed us that the driving force for this was mere desire, not need, let alone necessity. And mere desire cannot be equated with necessities, nor with needs. Abstaining 51b from it for fear that it might lead to a more difficult illness is akin to abstaining from consuming foods and drinks that are harmful. Necessity does not call for their consumption, even though the soul may desire them. Thus, a kiss, a glance, an embrace, and the like are akin to consuming harmful fruit or rich fatty food for one who is feverish or afflicted with an illness that would be aggravated by consuming such things. If the sick person then says, "If I do not consume this, I fear I will die," he would not be truthful in his statement. The only thing driving him to this is mere desire, and perhaps consuming it will only worsen his illness. A sincere physician would not permit him this, so how could the wise lawgiver, whose law is the ultimate medicine for hearts and faiths, by which their health is preserved and their corrupting elements are repelled, permit the consumption of that which would increase, strengthen, and fuel the disease. This is an impossibility. Nay, the divine law commands abstinence from the causes of this disease for fear of its becoming entrenched and giving rise to another, more difficult disease. As for the issue of one who fears the rupture of his testicles, and that intercourse is permissible for him in Ramadan, this is not to be taken without qualification. Rather, if he is able to release his fluid without intercourse, then intercourse is not permissible for him without dispute. If he is unable to do so except through permissible intercourse, then this falls under the same ruling as breaking the fast due to the excuse of illness, and he must then make up for that day. Breaking the fast due to illness is not contingent upon the fear of perishing. How much more so, then, if one fears the loss of one of his limbs? Nay, this is analogous to one whose thirst becomes so severe that he fears, if he does not drink, that some disease will befall him or that one of his limbs will be destroyed. It is permissible for him to drink, and then he must make up for that day. If it is then asked, what if this were to happen to him, and he had with him no one but a woman not lawful to him? Would it be permissible for him to have intercourse with her, lest his testicles be destroyed? The answer is, it would not be permissible for him to do so, but he is permitted to release his fluid through masturbation. If that is not possible for him, is it then permissible for him to allow her to extract his fluid with her hand? This is a matter for consideration. If it were to be permitted, it would fall under the same ruling as a non-related woman medically treating a man and touching what necessity requires her to touch, and likewise a man medically treating 52a, a non-related woman, and touching what necessity requires. And God knows best. Abu al-Khattab Mahfuz ibn Ahmad al-Kalwadani was once asked in a written note with these verses, "Say to Abu al-Khattab, the star of guidance, the paragon of the learned in his age, may you, in your legal rulings, ever be secure from the devil's deceits or his guile. What is your view on a graceful, slender youth, whose lips possess both sweetness and pearls? He did not resemble the full moon in his beauty, until he resembled the wasp in his waist. Does the law permit the kissing of him for one besotted who fears his own sin? Or is there upon the yearning one in his embrace without drawing him close to his chest any sin, if he does not conceal within his heart aught but what he has already mentioned?" He replied, "O you, the refined elder, who has surpassed the people of his age in his poetry, you ask about kissing the full moon of the night and wrapping your arms around his throat. Has the law come down with its permissibility for one besotted who fears his own sin? He who courts temptation and then claims innocence has acted hypocritically in his affair. Is a man's temptation aught but the embrace and the kissing of the beloved upon his lips? And what are the provocations of that which is desired but the embrace of the full moon in his chamber? And his offering that to his yearning lover would put Harut to shame in his sorcery. The law does not permit the causes of that which entangles the Muslim in what is forbidden. So flee and leave behind the headache of passion, that you may perchance be safe from its evil." This is the answer of al-Kalwadani, which has come to you, hoping for his reward from God. This is the answer of the people of knowledge, and it is in accordance with what we have mentioned. And God, the Most High, knows best. Imam Abu al-Faraj ibn al-Jawzi, may God have mercy upon him, was asked in verse, "O you, the learned one, what is your view of a lover consumed by ardent passion? From the love of a gazelle, graceful and slender, of gentle mien and beautiful form. Do you see the kissing of him as permissible, upon the mouth, the eyes, and the cheek? without any lewdness or suspicion, but with an embrace of permissible bounds. If you will not give a ruling, then I shall cry out from my passion and seek redress. He, may God the Most High have mercy on him, wrote the reply, O you who are consumed by ardent passion and remain in affliction and hardship, listen, may my soul be your ransom, to one who gives sincere counsel, who by his counsel guides to the path of righteousness. Had your love been true, you would not have come to me, asking me about it and seeking redress. For the true lover, in his love, heeds not what I have to say. Love has made him absent, such that he is not seen to repeat his plaint of love, nor to begin anew. And all that you mention in your query, God has forbidden to his servant, except for that which our Lord has made lawful in the divine law, through contract and bond. So turn away from the paths of passion, avert your face, and stand at the gate of the One, the unique. Ask him to heal you, and not to afflict your heart with torment and rejection. Be chaste in love, and do not reveal it. Be patient and conceal it with utmost effort. For if you die, seeking reward and being patient, you shall triumph on the morrow in the garden of eternity. Chapter 10. On the reality of passionate love and its attributes. 52b, and what people have said thereof. That upon which all physicians are agreed is that it is a malady of obsessive thoughts, akin to melancholia, which a person brings upon himself by directing his thoughts to the admiration of certain forms and traits. Its psychological cause is admiration and contemplation, and its physical cause is the rising of a corrupting vapour to the brain from retained semen. For this reason it most often afflicts the unmarried, and frequent intercourse swiftly removes it. A certain philosopher has said, passionate love is a covetousness that is born in the heart, then stirs and grows. Thereafter it is nurtured, and to it are gathered materials of avarice. And the stronger it becomes, the more its possessor increases in agitation, insistence, and persistence in his covetousness and avarice for what he seeks, until it leads him to grief and anxiety. At that point the blood is burned, transforming into black bile, and the yellow bile is inflamed, also turning into it. And he whom black bile overcomes suffers from a corruption of thought, and with the corruption of thought comes the loss of reason, the hoping for that which will not be, and the wishing for that which will not be fulfilled, until this leads him to madness. At that point the lover may kill himself or die of grief, and he may gaze upon his beloved and die of joy, or he may let out a gasp, and his spirit is choked, and he remains for 24 hours, and it is thought that he has died, and so he is buried while still alive. Or he may sigh deeply, and his breath is trapped in the chamber of his heart, and the heart closes upon it, and does not open again until he dies. And you see him, when the one he loves is mentioned, his blood flees, and his colour changes. Plato said passionate love is the motion of an empty soul. Aristotle said passionate love is a blindness of the senses to perceiving the faults of the beloved. From this Jarir took his saying, I am not one to see every fault in a beloved, nor even some of what is in him, if I am content. For the eye of contentment is blind to every flaw, but the eye of displeasure reveals all imperfections. And Aristotle said, passionate love is a transient ignorance that befalls an empty heart, one that has no occupation in trade or craft. And another said, it is a poor choice that befalls a vacant soul. 53 Akais ibn al-Mulawwa said, her love came to me before I knew what love was. It found an empty heart and took firm hold. And one of them said, I have never seen a truth more resembling a falsehood, nor a falsehood more resembling a truth than passionate love. Its jesting is earnest, and its earnest is jest. Its beginning is a game, and its end is perdition. Al-Jawziyyah said, "The word for passionate love, ishq, is the name for that which exceeds love, mahabba, just as profligacy is the name for that which exceeds generosity, and avarice is the name for that which exceeds frugality. Thus all passionate love is called love, but not all love is called passionate love. Love is the genus, and passionate love is a species thereof. Do you not see that all love entails yearning, but not all yearning is love?" Another group said, "Passionate love is infatuation, supplication, and cleaving to the beloved. Ardent affection, waji, is tranquil love. Passion, hawa, is to desire a thing and then to follow that desire, whether it leads to ruin or to righteousness. And love, hub, is the word that encompasses these three." Al-Ma'mun said to Yahya ibn Aktham, "What is passionate love?" He replied, "Fleeting notions that occur to a man, by which his heart becomes enthralled and which his soul comes to prefer." Then Thumama ibn Ashras said to him, "Be silent, O Yahya. It is only incumbent upon you to answer concerning a matter of divorce, or a pilgrim in the state of ihram who has hunted a gazelle. As for this, it is from among our matters." Al-Ma'mun said to him, "Speak, O Thumama." He said, "Passionate love is an entertaining companion, a comforting intimate, and a sovereign master. Its pathways are subtle, its ways are mysterious, and its decrees are ever-flowing. It has taken possession of bodies and their spirits, hearts and their thoughts, and intellects and their opinions. It has been given the reins of their obedience and the power to direct them. Its entrance is hidden from the eyes, and its path is obscured within the hearts." Al-Ma'mun said to him, "You have spoken excellently, O Thumama," and he ordered for him 1,000 dinars. One of them said, "I said to a madman whose intellect had been carried away by passionate love, 'Complete this verse. Love is naught but a flame, struck by the eyes of wild cows with a glance between the ribs." He said extemporaneously, "And the fire of passion is hidden, while its effect is in the heart, like the effect of that which is brought forth by the hand of the one who strikes the flint." Al-Asma'i said, "I asked a desert Arab about passionate love, and he said, 'It is by God too majestic to be seen, and too hidden 53b from the eyes of mortals. It lies latent in the breasts as fire lies latent in stone. If it is struck, it kindles a flame, and if it is left, it remains concealed.'" One of them said, "Passionate love is a type of madness, and madness has many forms, so passionate love is one of its forms." And he used as evidence the saying of Qais. They said, "You are mad for the one you love." So I said to them, "Passionate love is greater than what afflicts the mad. The one in passionate love never recovers for all of time, whereas the madman is only struck down for a short while." Another said, "When the essences of souls blend through the quality of affinity, they produce the gleam of a radiant light, by which the soul is illuminated in its perception of the beloved's virtues, and it then travels the path of attaining union with him." A desert Arab said, "Passionate love has a greater passage into the heart than the spirit has into the body, and it has more dominion over the soul than the soul has over itself. It is both hidden and manifest, so its description eludes the tongue, and its characterization is concealed from expression. It lies somewhere between sorcery and madness, subtle in its passage and its latency." It was said, Passionate love is an oppressive king, a tyrannical despot to whom hearts have submitted, minds have yielded, and souls have bowed. The intellect is its captive, the gaze its messenger, and the glance its utterance. Its path is subtle, and its exit is arduous. It was said to another, "What do you say concerning passionate love?" He said, "If it is not a branch of madness, then it is a type of sorcery." As for the peripatetic philosophers, they said, "It is an accord of dispositions, a likeness and affinity of affections, and the yearning of every soul for its counterpart and its kin from the primordial creation before their descent into bodies." I say, this is built upon their corrupt saying regarding the pre-existence of souls before bodies. And upon this Ibn Sina built his famous ode. It descended to you from the most sublime abode, a turtle-dove, possessing pride and reticence. And I heard our sheikh relate from one of the eminent scholars of the Maghreb, Jamal al-Din ibn al-Sharishi, the commentator on the Maqamat, that he used to deny that this was by him, saying it contradicts what he established in his books, that the rational soul comes into being with the body. Others have said in describing it, its path is too subtle for the understanding to grasp, and its place is hidden 54a from the eyes. Minds are bewildered as to how it takes hold, except that its initial movement and great dominion are from the heart. Then it spreads to the rest of the limbs, manifesting as trembling in the extremities, pallor in the face, weakness in judgment, faltering in speech, and stumbling and tripping until its possessor is attributed with madness. It was said to Abu Zuhair al-Madini, "What is passionate love?" He said, "Madness and humiliation, and it is the affliction of the refined." A lover looked at his beloved, and his whole body trembled, and he fainted. A wise man was asked, "What has befallen him?" He said, "He looked upon the one he loves, and his heart opened up to him. So his body was moved by the opening of his heart." It was said to him, "We love our children and our families, and this does not befall us." He said, "That is the love of the intellect, and this is the love of the spirit." He said, "It is naught but that he sees her suddenly, and his legs knock together, and he falls to his side." He said, "Passionate love is a king, given power to vanquish souls and capture hearts." The poet said, "He ruled the hearts, and they became captive in his hold, and they wished that their bonds would never be broken." A desert Arab said in describing it, "Its leap is in the heart, its throb is in the vitals, its fire is in the inner organs, and the rest of the limbs are its servants. The heart of the lover is heedless, his tears are flowing, and his body is emaciated. The passing of nights renews it, and the mistreatment of the beloved does not corrupt it." It was said, "It is not contingent upon beauty and comeliness, but rather it is the affinity of souls and their blending in the temperaments with which they were created." As was said, "Love is not from beauty nor from grace, but it is something with which the soul is afflicted." It was said, "The beginning of passionate love is affliction, its middle is sickness, and its end is death." As the speaker said, "It is love, so surrender your heart, for passion is no easy thing. No one afflicted by it, who has an intellect, would choose it. And live unburdened, for the beginning of love is affliction, its middle is sickness, and its end is death." Chapter 11. On passionate love. Is it involuntary and beyond? 54b one's control, or a matter of choice? The disagreement of people on this, and the mention of the correct view. Therein, we say, people have differed concerning passionate love. Is it a matter of choice, or is it involuntary and beyond human capacity? One group said it is involuntary and not a matter of choice. They said it is akin to the love of a thirsty person for cold water and a hungry person for food, and this is something that cannot be controlled. One of them said, "By God, if I had any say in the matter, I would not punish a lover. For the sins of lovers are involuntary." If this is his saying concerning that which is born of passionate love from an act of choice, what then is one to think of passionate love itself? Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm said, "A man said to Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, O Commander of the Faithful, I saw a woman and fell passionately in love with her." Umar said, "That is something that cannot be controlled." And Kahil said concerning Salma, "They blame me for my love of Salma, as if they see passion as something I sought out deliberately. Nay, the love that has shattered my heart is a decree from the Most Merciful, by which he tests the servant." Al-Tamimi said in his book Imtizaj al-Arwa, The Blending of Spirits. One of the physicians was asked about passionate love, and he said, "Its befalling its victims is not of their choosing, nor of their eagerness for it, nor is there pleasure in it for most of them. Rather, its befalling them is like the befalling of debilitating illnesses and fatal diseases. There is no difference between it and that." Al-Madaini said a man blamed another who was afflicted by passion, and he said if one afflicted by passion truly had a choice, he would choose not to be so afflicted. And what indicates this from the Sunnah is what is narrated by al-Bukhari in his Sahih from the story of Barira, that her husband used to walk behind her after she had separated from him, and she had become a stranger to him, and his tears would flow down his cheeks. The Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "O Abbas, do you not wonder at the love of Mughith for Barira, and the aversion of Barira for Mughith?" Then he said to her, "If only you would take him back." She said, "Are you commanding me?" He said, "I am only an intercessor." She said, "I have no need of him." He did not forbid him from his passionate love for her in this situation, as that is something that cannot be controlled and does not fall under one's choice. And Jamis said, "I asked Sa'id ibn al-Musayyab, the Mufti of Medina, is there a sin in the love of Dahma?" Sa'id ibn al-Musayyab said, "A man is only blamed for that which is within his power." They said, "And passionate love is a type of torment, and a rational person does not choose his own torment." Concerning this, Al-Mu'ammal said, "The gaze at Al-Hira emaciated Al-Mu'ammal. Would that Al-Mu'ammal had not been created with sight. The torment of lovers in this world is enough for them. By God, may the fire not torment them hereafter. It is said that he went blind after this." And another said, "Passion is not subject to opinion that one may control it, nor to the intellect that one may grasp it." Then he recited, "The matter of passion is not a simple affair. None can inform you of it like one who is experienced. The affair of passion is not managed by opinion, nor by analogy and contemplation. Verily, the affair of passion is but fleeting thoughts that bring forth events one after another." And the judge, Abu Umar Muhammad ibn Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Sulaiman al-Nuqati, said in his book Mihnat al-Zuraf, The Ordeal of the Refined, "Lovers are to be excused in all circumstances, for passionate love only befell them without their choice. Rather, it came upon them by force and compulsion. And a person is only blamed for the things he is able to do, not for what is decreed and destined for him. For it has been said, a pregnant woman would see Joseph, peace be upon him, and miscarry her child. How do you see this? Did she miscarry? Was that by choice or by compulsion?" Another said, And those women cut their hands when the beauty of Joseph, peace be upon him, appeared to them, and his love had not yet taken hold of their hearts. What if they had been utterly smitten by love for him? And when a woman saw Musab ibn al-Zubayr, she would menstruate due to his handsomeness and beauty. As the poet said of him, Musab is but a meteor from God. The darkness was dispelled by his countenance. And from here, Ahmad ibn al-Husayn al-Kindi al-Mutanabbi took his saying, "Fear God, and veil this beauty with a burqa. For should you appear, the virgins in their chambers would menstruate." So if this is from a mere sighting, what then of a love that cannot be controlled? And Hisham ibn Urwa narrated from his father, a lover died in Medina, and Zayd ibn Thabit prayed over him. He was asked about this, and he said, "Verily, I had mercy on him." Fife, Abu al-Saib al-Makhzumi, and he was a man of knowledge and religion, was seen clinging to the curtains of the Kaaba, saying, "O God, have mercy on the lovers, and strengthen their hearts, and incline the hearts of the beloved towards them." He was asked about this, and he said, "By God, to supplicate for them is better than an umrah from Al-Jirana." Then he recited, "O abandonment, desist from passion, and leave passion for the lovers, that it may be sweet, O abandonment. What do you want from those whose eyelids are sore, and the core of whose hearts is a burning coal? Dazed by passion, their complexions are sallow from what their hearts conceal, and coursing tears upon their cheeks are pearls that flow as if they were raindrops." It is mentioned that the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, passed by a young girl singing, "Is there upon me, woe to you both, if I amuse myself? Any blame?" He smiled and said, "No blame, if God wills." They said, and many of the Salaf, early Muslims, interpreted the saying of God, the Most High, "Our Lord, and lay not upon us a burden greater than we have strength to bear." Al-Baqarah 286, as referring to passionate love. By this they did not mean to specify it exclusively, but rather they intended it as an example, and that passionate love is among the burdens that cannot be borne. The intended meaning of laying a burden here is the decree of destiny, not the command of the law. They said, "And we have seen a group of lovers going about to those who might supplicate for them, that God might cure them of passionate love. If it were a matter of choice, they would have removed it from their souls." And from this, the error of many who offer admonishment becomes clear, for their admonishment in this state is akin to admonishing a sick person for his illness. He said, "O you who admonish me, when the affair is in his hand, why did you not admonish me when the affair was in my hand?" Indeed, this admonishment is only appropriate before this disease takes hold of the heart, as it was said, "He reminds me of Hamim while the spear is poised to strike." Why did he not recite Hamim before advancing? Another group said, "Nay, it is a matter of choice, following the passion and will of the soul. Indeed, it is the firm establishment of the very passion that God praised the one who restrains his soul from. He, the Most High, said, "But as for him who feared the standing before his Lord and restrained the soul from inordinate passion, then, verily, Paradise 56a will be his abode." Al-Naziat 79:40-41. It is impossible that a person should restrain his soul from that which does not fall under his power. They said, and passionate love is a voluntary movement of the soul towards its beloved. It is not like the involuntary movements that do not fall under the servant's power. They said, and God, he is sublime and exalted, has condemned the possessors of corrupt love, those who love rivals apart from him. If love were involuntary, they would not have been condemned for it. They said, and because love is a strong will, and the servant is praised or blamed for his will. For this reason, one who wills good is praised, even if he does not do it, and one who wills evil is blamed, even if he does not do it. God, the Most High, has condemned those who love that indecency should spread among those who have believed, and he has informed us that for them is a painful torment. If love were something that could not be controlled, he would not have threatened them with torment for something that does not fall under their power. They said, and the rational, one and all, are in agreement in blaming one who loves that which harms him by its love. This is a natural disposition with which God has created mankind. If one were to make the excuse, I do not have control over my heart, they would not accept his excuse. The resolution of the dispute between the two groups is this, that the beginnings and causes of passionate love are a matter of choice, falling under the purview of religious obligation. For gazing, contemplating and exposing oneself to love are matters of choice. Thus, when one brings about the causes, the resulting effect is not of his choosing, as it was said. He indulged in passion until he became impassioned. When it took firm hold of him, he could not bear it. He saw a deep sea, thinking it a wave. When he was fully in its grip, he drowned. And when he saw tears streaming down and beheld his own innards burning, he wished to be released from his sin. But he could not, nor did he recover. This is akin to intoxication from drinking wine. The consumption of the intoxicant is a matter of choice, but the intoxication that results from it is involuntary. So whenever the cause occurs by one's choice, one is not excused for what results from it without one's choice. Thus, when the cause is forbidden, the intoxicated one is not excused. There is no doubt that persistent gazing and sustained contemplation are like the drinking of an intoxicant, so he is blamed for the cause. For this reason, if passionate love occurs due to a cause that is not forbidden, its possessor is not blamed for it, as in the case of one who 56b was passionately in love with his wife or his handmaiden, then he parted from her, but his love for her remained and did not depart from him. He is not to be blamed for that, as has been mentioned in the story of Barira and Mugith. Likewise, if he casts a sudden, unintentional glance, then averts his gaze, but passionate love has already taken hold of his heart without his choice. However, it is incumbent upon him to repel it and divert it from his heart with its opposite. If something then comes that overwhelms him, then he is not to be blamed after having exerted his effort in repelling it. And what clarifies what we have said is that the intoxication of passionate love is greater than the intoxication of wine, as God, the Most High, said of the lovers of forms from the people of Lot. By your life, O Prophet, verily they were in their intoxication, wandering blindly. Al-Hijr 1572. If the one who partakes of the lesser of the two intoxications is not excused when he is engaged in its causes, how then can the one who partakes of the stronger intoxication be excused when he is engaged in its causes? And since we have reached this point, let us mention a chapter on the intoxication of love and its cause. Chapter 12, on the intoxication of lovers. Before delving into this, it is necessary to explain the reality of intoxication, its cause, and its genesis. We say, intoxication is a pleasure with which the intellect, by which speech is understood, is eclipsed, and with which discernment is lost. God the Most High said, O you who have believed, do not approach prayer while you are intoxicated until you know what you are saying. An-Nisa 4:43. He made the limit at which the state of intoxication ceases to be the point at which one knows what one is saying. So long as one does not know what one is saying, one is in a state of intoxication, and when one knows what one is saying, one has passed out of that state. This is the definition of an intoxicated person, according to the majority of scholars. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, may God have mercy upon him, was asked, "By what is it known that one is intoxicated?" He said, "When he does not know his own garment from the garment of another, nor his own sandal from the sandal of another." It is mentioned from Al-Shafi'i, may God have mercy upon him. He said, when his coherent speech becomes confused, and he divulges his hidden secret. Muhammad ibn Dawud al-Isfahani said, when his worries depart from him and he reveals his hidden secret. Thus, intoxication combines two meanings, the presence of pleasure and the absence of discernment. The one who seeks intoxication may seek one of these, or he may seek both. For the soul has passions and desires, and it takes pleasure in their attainment. And the knowledge of the immediate and eventual corruptions within those pleasures prevents it from partaking of them. And the intellect 57a commands it, do not do this. So when the commanding intellect and the revealing knowledge are removed, the soul gives free rein to its passion and finds a vast field. God, the most sublime, forbade intoxication for two reasons which he mentioned in his book, in his saying, Satan only wants to cause between you animosity and hatred through intoxicants and gambling, and to avert you from the remembrance of God and from prayer. So will you not desist? Al-Ma'idah 5:91. He, the most sublime, thus informed us that it brings about the corruption that arises from the soul by means of the removal of the intellect, and it prevents the benefit that can only be achieved through the intellect. The cause of intoxication may be pain, just as it may be pleasure. God, the Most High, said, O mankind, fear your Lord. Indeed, the convulsion of the final hour is a terrible thing. On the day you see it, every nursing mother will be distracted from that which she was nursing, and every pregnant creature will abort its burden, and you will see the people as if intoxicated, but they are not intoxicated. Rather, the punishment of God is severe. Al-Hajj 22:1-2. And its cause may be the intensity of joy at attaining the beloved, such that one's speech becomes confused and one's actions are altered, to the extent that one's reason is lost. And perhaps joy may kill him due to a natural cause, which is the expansion of the blood of the heart in a manner beyond the ordinary. And the blood is the carrier of the innate heat, so the heart grows cold due to the expansion of its blood, and death occurs. This happened to Ahmad ibn Tulun, the ruler of Egypt. He passed by a fisherman on a cold day who had with him a young son. He took pity on them and ordered his servant to give him what gold he had with him. He poured it into his lap and went on his way. The man's joy became so intense that he could not bear what had come upon him of joy, and he died on the spot. The ruler returned from his business and found the man dead and the boy weeping at his head. He said, Who killed him? The boy said, A man passed by us, may God not reward him with good, and poured something into my father's lap, and it killed him on the spot. The ruler said, He speaks the truth, we killed him. Wealth came to him all at once, and he was unable to bear it, so it killed him. Had we given it to him gradually, it would not have killed him. He was keen for the boy to take the gold, but he refused and said, By God, I will not touch something that killed my father. The point is that intoxication brings about pleasure and prevents knowledge. Among these is intoxication with foods 57b and drinks, for their partaker obtains a pleasure and joy from them that leads him to consume them, because they make his intellect absent from him, and thus his cares, sorrows, and griefs become absent from him for that hour. But he is mistaken in this, for they do not vanish, but are merely hidden. When he sobers up, they return greater and more abundant than they were, and their return calls him to return to it, as the poet said, "And a cup I drank for pleasure, and another with which I medicated myself from it." And there are those among people who seek by it a benefit for the body. But he is mistaken, for there results from it a harm born of intoxication that is far greater than that benefit. And the pleasure obtained from the remembrance of God and from prayer, in this life and the next, is greater, more lasting, and more effective in repelling cares, sorrows, and griefs. That other pleasure is the very thing that brings cares and sorrows in this life and the next. For in the pleasure of remembering God, turning to Him, and praying with the heart and body, there is a noble, immense benefit, free from corruption and repellent of harm, which is a source of enrichment and a substitute for the one who is truly human, for that deficient, limited pleasure which prevents what is more perfect than it and brings a pain greater than itself. Among the causes of intoxication is the love of beautiful forms, for when love becomes firmly established and strong, it intoxicates the lover. And their poems on this are famous and numerous, especially if intercourse is joined with that love, for the discernment of its possessor diminishes or is lost in that state, to the extent that he cannot distinguish. If that intoxication is then added to the intoxication of wine, such that the intoxication of passion, the intoxication of wine, and the intoxication of the pleasure of intercourse are all combined in him, then that is the ultimate intoxication. And among them is that which is caused by the love of wealth and leadership, and the intensity of anger. For when anger becomes strong, it brings about an intoxication close to the intoxication of wine. And this falls under the meaning of iglaq, closure of mind, in which the prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, invalidated the occurrence of divorce with his saying, "There is no divorce in a state of iglaq." Abu Dawud narrated it and said, "I think it means anger." Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, may God have mercy upon him, also interpreted it as anger. And what proves the correctness of this is the saying of God, the Most High. And if God were to hasten for the people the evil they invoke, as they seek to hasten the good, their term would have been decreed for them. Yunus 10:11. The Salaf said in its interpretation 58a. This refers to a man who curses himself and his family in a time of anger without intending it. If God were to answer his supplication, he would have destroyed him and those he cursed. But out of his mercy, since he knew that what drove him to that was the intoxication of anger, he does not answer his supplication. Of this same nature is the saying of the one who found his lost camel after despairing of it and being certain of his demise. "O God, you are my servant, and I am your Lord." The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "He erred out of the intensity of his joy." And he was not a disbeliever for that, due to his lack of intention. The prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, mentioned this to affirm the intensity of the joy that led him to that. The reason these things can cause intoxication is that the cause of intoxication brings about an overwhelming pleasure that floods the intellect. And the cause of pleasure is the attainment of the beloved. Thus, if the love is strong, the attainment of the beloved is potent, and the intellect is weak, intoxication occurs. However, the weakness of the intellect can be due to the weakness of the lover, or to the strength of the stimulus. For this reason, beginners in the attainment of leadership, wealth, passionate love, and wine experience an intoxication that is not experienced by one who has become accustomed to it and is established in it. Among the most powerful causes of intoxication is the hearing of enchanting sounds, for two reasons: from the perspective that they in themselves cause a strong pleasure, with which the intellect is submerged, and from the perspective that they move the soul towards its beloved, whatever that may be. Thus, from that movement, yearning and seeking, combined with the imagining of the beloved, bringing his image close to the heart, and its taking hold of the thoughts, a great pleasure is obtained which overwhelms the intellect. Thus, the pleasure of melodies and the pleasure of sorrows combine. For this reason, those who are dedicated to these pleasures often combine the hearing of melodies with wine, so that their intoxication may be perfected by wine, passionate love, and the enchanting sound. And they find in this state a pleasure and intoxication of union that they do not find without it. For wine is the drink of bodies, passionate love is the drink of souls, and melodies are the drink of spirits, especially when they are accompanied by words that mention the beloved and describe the state of the lover in accordance with the situation he is in. Thus, the hearing of beautiful sounds and the perception of appropriate meanings, 58b, are combined, and that is far more powerful than the pleasure obtained from each one of them individually. Thus, pleasure takes hold of the soul, the spirit, and the body in the most complete way. How, then, can one who has engaged in these causes claim to be excused and say that what resulted from them is involuntary and not a matter of choice, and with God is all success? Chapter 13. On the fact that pleasure follows love in perfection and deficiency. Whenever love grows stronger, the pleasure of attaining the beloved grows stronger. This chapter is one of the most magnificent and beneficial chapters of the book. We will mention therein an exposition of the nature of pleasure, its divisions, and its levels. We say, as for pleasure, it has been defined as the perception of that which is agreeable, just as pain is the perception of that which is disagreeable. Our Sheikh said, the correct view is to say the perception of that which is agreeable causes pleasure, and the perception of that which is disagreeable causes pain. Thus, pleasure and pain arise from the perception of the agreeable and the disagreeable, and perception is their cause. And pleasure is more evident than anything by which it might be defined, for it is an experiential matter. It is known only by its causes and its effects. Pleasure, delight, joy, the solace of the eye, contentment of the soul, and bliss are words of similar meaning, and they are something sought after in general. Indeed, that is the objective of every living being, and that is a self-evident matter in its existence. And that, in terms of objectives and goals, is like sensation and self-evident knowledge in terms of principles and premises. For every living being has knowledge and sensation, and it has action and will. And a person's knowledge cannot all be theoretical and deductive, due to the impossibility of circular reasoning and infinite regress. Rather, he must have a primary, self-evident knowledge that comes suddenly to the soul and originates within it. For that reason it is called self-evident and primary, and it is of the kind to which the soul is compelled, so it is called necessary. For the soul is compelled at times to knowledge and at other times to action. Likewise, voluntary willed action has an object of will. That object of will is either willed for its own sake or for the sake of something else. It is not possible for every willed object to be willed for the sake of another, to avoid circularity and infinite regress. Thus there must be an object of will that is sought and loved for its own sake. And when the sought, willed, and beloved object is attained, the accompanying pleasure, bliss, 59 a joy, delight, and solace of the eye are in proportion to the strength of one's love, will, and desire for it. And that is an experiential matter of taste and feeling. For this reason, the terms of taste, dark, and feeling, wajd, are prevalent among the people of will and action among the wayfarers, because of the taste and feeling that is in the existence of the willed and sought object, which brings about joy, delight, and bliss. So here are three types of names with similar meanings. The first, desire, will, inclination, seeking, love, longing, and the like. The second, taste, feeling, arrival, attainment, perception, obtainment, achievement, and the like. The third, pleasure, joy, bliss, delight, contentment of the soul, solace of the eye, and the like. And these three matters are inseparable. Since pleasure is sought for its own sake, it is only to be censured if it is followed by a pain greater than itself, or if it prevents a pleasure that is better than itself. And it is to be praised if it aids in the attainment of the everlasting abiding pleasure, which is the pleasure of the abode of the hereafter, and its bliss, which is the most excellent and magnificent of all bliss, as God the Most High said. And we do not allow to be lost the reward of the doers of good. And the reward of the hereafter is better for those who believed and were God-fearing. Yusuf 12:56-57. And he, the Most High, said, For those who do good in this world is good, and the home of the hereafter is better. And how excellent is the home of the righteous. An-Nahl 16:30. And he, the Most High, said, But you prefer the life of this world, while the hereafter is better and more enduring. Al-A'la 87:16-17. And he, the Most High, said, And indeed, the home of the hereafter, that is the true life, if only they knew. Al-Ankabut 29:64. And those who were aware of the disparity between the two matters said to Pharaoh, So decree whatever you are to decree. You can only decree for this worldly life. Indeed, we have believed in our Lord that he may forgive us our sins and what you compelled us to do of magic. And God is better and more enduring. Taha 20:72-73. And God, the most sublime, created creation only for the abode of permanence. And he placed all pleasure in its entirety therein, as God, the Most High, said, And therein is whatever the soul's desire and delights the eyes. Az-Zukhruf 43:71. And he, the Most High, said, And no soul knows what has been hidden for them of comfort for the eyes. As-Sajda 32:17. And the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, God, the Most High, says, I have prepared for my righteous servants what no eye has seen, nor ear has heard, nor has it occurred 59b to the heart of any human, let alone that which you have been informed of. That is, other than what you have been informed of. This is what was intended by the one who gave sincere counsel to his people, who was compassionate towards them, when he said, O my people, follow me, I will guide you to the way of right conduct. O my people, this worldly life is but brief enjoyment, and indeed the hereafter. It is the home of permanent settlement. Ghafir 40:38-39. He informed them that this world is an enjoyment to be enjoyed on the way to something else, and the hereafter is the place of settlement and the ultimate goal. When it is known that the pleasures and bliss of this world are an enjoyment and a means to the pleasures of the abode of the hereafter, and that it was for that they were created. As the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, The world is an enjoyment, and the best enjoyment of the world is a righteous woman. Then every pleasure that aids in the pleasures of the abode of the hereafter is beloved and pleasing to the Lord, the Most High. Its possessor takes pleasure in it from two perspectives: from the perspective of his own delight and the solace of his eye in it, and from the perspective of its leading him to the pleasure of his Lord and its bringing him to a more perfect pleasure. This, then, is the pleasure which the rational person should strive to attain, not the pleasure that is followed by the ultimate pain and causes him to miss the greatest of pleasures. For this reason the believer is rewarded for all that he takes pleasure in of the permissible things, if he intends by it to aid himself and to attain the pleasure of the hereafter and its bliss. There is no comparison between the pleasure of the forbidden and the pleasure of the one who has a beautiful wife or handmaiden whom he loves and in whom his eye finds solace. For when he is intimate with her, and his heart, body and soul take pleasure in union with her, he is rewarded for that pleasure, in contrast to the punishment of the one who partakes of a forbidden pleasure for his pleasure. As the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "And in the sexual act of one of you there is a reward." They said, "O Messenger of God, does one of us fulfill his desire and have a reward for it?" He said, "Do you not see that if he were to place it in what is forbidden, would there be a sin upon him?" They said, "Yes." He said, "Likewise, if he places it in what is lawful, there is a reward for him. And know that this pleasure is multiplied and increases according to the servant's turning towards God, his sincerity of action for his sake, and his desire for the abode of the hereafter. For the desire and pleasure that is divided among many forms is gathered 60 for him in a single form, and the fear, care, and sorrow that is in the forbidden pleasure is absent from his pleasure. If, along with this, he is granted a beautiful form, and he is blessed with love for her, and she is blessed with love for him, and the urges of his desire are directed towards her, and he restricts his gaze from looking at others, and his soul from aspiring to any other, then there is no comparison between his pleasure and the pleasure of one who partakes of a forbidden form. This is the most delightful bliss to be attained from this world. And the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, made it the third of 3 things by which the good of this world and the hereafter is attained, which are a grateful heart, a remembering tongue, and a beautiful wife, who, if he looks at her, she pleases him, and if he is absent from her, she preserves his trust in her person and his property. And God is the one whose help is sought. Al-Qasim ibn Abd al-Rahman said, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may God be pleased with him, used to recite the Qur'an, and when he finished, he would say, "Where are the unmarried?" They would say, "Come close to me," and say, "O God, grant me a wife who, when I look at her, she pleases me, and when I command her, she obeys me, and when I am absent from her, she preserves my trust in her person and my property." And pain, sorrow, care, and grief arise from a lack of knowledge of the beneficial beloved, or from a lack of willing and preferring it despite knowing it, or from a lack of attaining and achieving it despite loving and willing it. And this is among the greatest of pains. For this reason, a person's pain in the intermediate state, al-Barzakh, and in the abode of true life from missing his beloved is greater than his pain from missing it in this world in 3 respects. First, his knowledge there of the perfection of what he has missed and its true measure. Second, the intensity of his need for it and the yearning of his soul for it, while a barrier has been placed between him and it, as God, the Most High, said, "And a barrier will be placed between them and what they desire. Saba 34:54. Third, the obtainment of its opposite, which is painful to him. Let the rational person contemplate this matter and place himself in the position of one who has missed the greatest and most beneficial of beloved things, while he is in the most dire poverty and need for it, a loss for which there is no hope of remedy, and he has obtained its opposite. What a calamitous affliction, and what a dreadful state! Where is this state in comparison to the state of one who takes pleasure in this world, in all that he intends for the sake of God, the most sublime and exalted, such as eating, drinking, clothing, 60 bibar marriage, and assuaging his anger by vanquishing his enemy and striving in his cause? Let alone the pleasure he takes in the knowledge of his Lord, his love for him, the affirmation of his oneness, turning to him in repentance, relying upon him, drawing near to him, being sincere in action for him, being content with him and he with him, entrusting his affairs to him, and the joy and delight of the heart in his proximity, the intimacy with him, and the yearning for the meeting with him, as in the hadith which Ibn Hibban and al-Hakim authenticated. And I ask you for the pleasure of gazing upon your face and the yearning for the meeting with you. This pleasure in this world is in a state of constant increase, despite being alloyed by the inner enemy of Satan, passion, the self and the world, and the outer enemy. How will it be, then, when the soul is stripped bare and departs from the abode of sorrows and afflictions, and is joined with the highest companion, with those upon whom God has bestowed favour, of the prophets, the steadfast affirmers of truth, the martyrs and the righteous? And excellent are those as companions. That is the bounty from God, and sufficient is God as Noah, An-Nisa 4:69-70. Then, when he arrives at the abode of bliss, there will be such kinds of pleasure, delight and joy as no eye has seen, nor ear has heard, nor has it occurred to the heart of any human. So woe and ruin to those base and lowly souls that are not stirred by yearning for that in joyful rapture, nor does the fire of their will for that kindle in longing, nor do they distance themselves from what obstructs that in fearful apprehension. Their insights are, as it was said, bats blinded by the light of day, accustomed to a sliver of the dark night. They roam around the dunghill, while the sublime souls roam around the throne. They burrow into the rocks, while the pure souls fly to the highest nests. You have not seen how men vary in their pursuit of virtue until 1,000 are counted as one. Every pleasure that is followed by a pain, or that prevents a more perfect pleasure, is not a pleasure in reality, even if the soul deludes itself in taking pleasure in it. For what pleasure is there for one who eats a delicious yet poisoned food that will soon tear apart his intestines? Such are the pleasures of the disbelievers and the transgressors in their exaltation on earth and their corruption, and their rejoicing in it without right, and their insolence. This is like the pleasure of those who have taken 61A allies besides God, whom they love as they should love God, and so they attain by them a friendship between themselves in the life of this world, which then transformed into the greatest and most bitter of pains. And of that is the pleasure of corrupt beliefs and rejoicing in them, and the pleasure of the victory of the people of injustice, oppression and aggression, and of fornication, theft, and drinking intoxicants. God, he is sublime and exalted, has informed us that he did not enable them to do this for any good that he intended for them, but rather it is a gradual enticement from him so that he may inflict upon them the greatest pain. God the Most High said, "Do they think that what we extend to them of wealth and children is because we are hastening for them in good things? Nay, but they do not perceive. Al-Mu'minun 23, 55, 56. And he, the Most High, said, "So let not their wealth and their children impress you. God only intends to punish them through them in the life of this world, and that their souls should depart while they are disbelievers." At-Tawbah 9:55. As for the pleasure that is not followed by pain in the abode of permanence, nor does it lead to a pleasure there, it is a futile pleasure, for there is neither benefit nor harm in it. Its time is short, and the soul's enjoyment of it has no real measure. And it inevitably distracts from what is better and more beneficial than it in this life and the next, even if it does not distract from the ultimate pleasure in the hereafter. This is the category to which the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, referred in his saying, "All amusement in which a man engages is futile, except for his shooting with his bow, his training of his horse, and his playing with his family, for these are of the truth." For this reason, the pleasure of playing the tambourine at a wedding is permissible, for it aids in the purpose of marriage, just as the pleasure of shooting with a bow and training a horse aids in the purpose of jihad, and both are beloved to God. So whatever aids in the attainment of what he loves is of the truth, and for this reason he counted a man's playing with his wife as being of the truth, because it aids in the objectives of marriage, which God, the most sublime and exalted, loves. And whatever does not aid in what the Lord, the Most High, loves is futile. There is no benefit in it. However, if there is no preponderant harm in it, it is not forbidden, nor is it prohibited. But if it diverts from the remembrance of God and from prayer, it becomes disliked, odious to the Lord, mighty and majestic, and detestable to him, either in its essence 61b, or by exceeding the proper bounds in it. And everything that diverts from the sought-after pleasure is a calamity for its possessor. For if he had occupied himself, while engaging in it, with what benefits him and brings him the sought-after lasting pleasure, it would have been better and more beneficial for him. And since weak souls, like the souls of women and children, are not led to the causes of the greatest pleasure except by being given something of the pleasure of amusement and play, such that if they were completely weaned from it, they would seek what is worse for them than it, they were granted a license for that which was not granted to others. This is like when Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, entered upon the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and with him were young girls beating the tambourine. He silenced them upon his entry and said, "This is a man who does not love the futile." He thus informed them that it was futile, yet he did not prevent them from it, because of the preponderant benefit that resulted for them from it, and by which they would leave a harm greater than its harm. And also they would have experienced a harm from being deprived of it that was greater than its own harm. So allowing them to do so is a matter of mercy, compassion, and kindness. This is like the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, allowing Abu Umayyah to play with the small bird in his presence, and allowing the two young girls to sing in his presence, and allowing Aisha, may God be pleased with her, to watch the Abyssinians while they were playing in the mosque, and allowing that woman to beat the tambourine over his head, and other similar instances. Where is this, then, in comparison to the esteemed sheikhs who are emulated taking that as a religion and a path, while expanding in it to the utmost degree with that which is, without a doubt, forbidden? Analogous to this is the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, giving to those whose hearts were to be reconciled from the zakat and the spoils of war, due to the weakness of their hearts compared to the hearts of his companions who were firmly rooted in faith. For this reason he gave to these and withheld from those, and said, I entrust them to what God has placed in their hearts of contentment and good. Analogous to this is his joking, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, with those with whom he would joke from among the desert Arabs, the children and the women, to gladden their hearts, to attract them to their faith, and to bring them joy. And in the merciful traditions of Al-Shabi, that the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, passed by the people of the Dirikla, a Persian game, and said, Carry on, O sons of Arfida, so that the Jews and the Christians may know 62a that in our religion there is room for ease. Abu Ubaid mentioned this and said, The Dirikla is a game of the Persians. Thus the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, would give to souls from wealth and benefits that by which he would win them over to the commanded truth. And the thing given would be something that the taker would enjoy and love, because that was a means to something else. And he would not do that with those who did not need it, like the Muhajirun and the Ansar. Rather, he would give them other kinds of kindness and benefits in their religion and their worldly life. And since Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, was among those who did not love this futility nor its hearing, and did not need to be won over by that with which others were won over, and was not commanded with that with which the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, was commanded, of winning hearts to faith in him and obedience to him by every means. His turning away from it was a perfection in relation to him, while the state of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, is more perfect. When this is known, the divisions of pleasures are three: corporeal pleasure, imaginative and illusory pleasure, and intellectual and spiritual pleasure. Corporeal pleasure is the pleasure of eating, drinking, and intercourse. In this pleasure, the brute animal shares with man. Thus, the perfection of man is not in this pleasure, due to the participation of the basest of animals with him in it, and because if it were a perfection, then the most excellent, noblest, and most perfect of men would be the one who ate, drank, and engaged in intercourse the most. And also, if it were a perfection, the portion of the messengers of God, his prophets, and his saints, from it in this abode, would be more perfect than the portion of his enemies. Since the matter is the opposite, it becomes clear that it is not in itself a perfection. It only becomes a perfection if it includes aiding in the attainment of the everlasting greatest pleasure, as has been mentioned. As for the delight that is born of illusion and fancy, it is the delight of dominion, of exalting oneself over God's creation, of pride, and of holding sway over them. And while the souls of those who seek it may be nobler than those who pursue the first kind of delight, the afflictions and the corruption and harm it engenders are far greater than any joy the soul might find therein. For its possessor is poised in enmity toward any who would seek to exalt himself, or claim dominion over him. This delight has conditions and demands that cause its pursuer to forfeit many of his sensory joys, and it cannot be perfected except by enduring hardships and afflictions greater than itself. Thus it is not, in truth, a delight, even if the soul rejoices in it, and is gladdened by its attainment. It has been said that there is no true delight in this world, but that its utmost end is the repelling of afflictions, just as the affliction of hunger is repelled by eating, that of thirst by drinking, and that of carnal desire by intercourse. Likewise is the affliction of obscurity and lowliness in the eyes of people repelled by dominion and high station. The truth, however, is that delight is an existential reality, the presence of which necessitates the removal of affliction, for they are opposites. And as for the intellectual spiritual delight, it is like the delight of gnosis and of knowledge, and of being graced with the attributes of perfection, such as generosity, munificence, chastity, courage, patience, forbearance, chivalry, and others. For to find delight in these is among the greatest of delights, and it is the delight of the virtuous, sublime, and noble soul. And when this delight is joined with the delight of knowing God, the Most High, and of loving Him, and of worshipping Him alone, with no associate, and of finding contentment in Him as a substitute for all else, while He Himself can be substituted by naught, then its possessor dwells in a paradise experienced in this very life, the relation of which to the delights of the world is as the relation of the delights of paradise to the delights of the world. For there is nothing more delightful for the heart and soul, nothing sweeter, purer, or more blissful than the love of God, turning to Him, worshipping Him alone, finding the solace of one's eye in Him, and intimacy in His nearness, and yearning for the encounter with Him and the sight of Him. Indeed, an atom's weight of this delight cannot be equalled by mountains of worldly pleasures. Just as the smallest atom's weight of faith in God and His messenger delivers one from eternal damnation in the abode of afflictions, so what then of the faith that prevents one from entering it altogether? One of those who know God has said, "Whosoever finds the solace of his eye in God, in Him shall every eye find solace. And whosoever does not find the solace of his eye in God, his soul shall be rent asunder by regrets for this world." And it is a sufficient mark of the virtue and nobility of this delight that it expels from the heart the pain of regret for what is missed of this world, to the point that one is pained by that in which the people of this world find their greatest delight, and flees from it as they flee from that which causes them pain. And this is a station wherein the arbiter is direct experience, not the mere tongue of knowledge. One of the mystics used to say, "Wretched are the people of this world, for they departed from it without having tasted its sweetest bliss." When asked what that was, he would reply, "The love of God, the intimacy found in Him, the yearning to meet Him, and the knowledge of His names and attributes." Another said, "The sweetest thing in this world is to know Him and to love Him, and the most delectable thing in the hereafter is to behold Him and to hear His words without an intermediary." And another said, "By God, there are moments that pass over the heart in which I say, if the people of paradise are in a state such as this, then theirs is truly a goodly life." And you see how the love for one in whose love lies torment for the heart and soul can yet produce for its possessor a delight so great that he wishes his love would never forsake him. As the poet of the Hamasa said, "The lovers complained of their burning passion. Would that I had borne all that they endure, I alone amongst them. Thus would my heart have held all the delight of love, that no lover before me, nor any after, ever encountered." Rabia said, "They have busied their hearts with the love of this world, turning away from God. Had they but left it, their hearts would have roamed the celestial dominion, and then returned to them bearing wondrous gifts of wisdom." And Psalm al-Kawwas said, "You have forsaken Him and turned instead one to another. Had you but turned to Him, you would have beheld wonders." And a woman from among the devout worshippers said, "If the hearts of the believers were to contemplate with the eye of thought the good of the hereafter that is stored for them behind the veils of the unseen, no life in this world would be sweet for them, nor would their eyes find any rest in it." And one of the lovers of God said, "Verily, love for Him, the mighty and majestic, has so occupied the hearts of His lovers that they find no delight in the love of any other. In this world, alongside their love for Him, Mighty and majestic is he. They have no delight that can approach his love, nor do they hope for any honour in the reward of the hereafter greater in their eyes than gazing upon the face of their beloved. And one of the early generations said, "There is no servant who does not have 2 eyes in his face, with which he perceives the affairs of this world, and 2 eyes in his heart, with which he perceives the affairs of the hereafter. If God wills good for a servant, he opens the 2 eyes that are in his heart, and with them he beholds such delight and bliss as has never occurred to him, from that which has been promised by him, than whom none is more truthful in speech. And if he wills otherwise for him, he leaves him in the state he is in." Then he recited, "Or are there locks upon their hearts?" 47:24. "And were there no other punishment for the heart that is occupied with the love of aught but God, and is turned away from his remembrance, than its own corrosion, its hardness, and its neglect of that for which it was created, that in itself would suffice as a punishment?" It is related by Abd al-Aziz ibn Abi Rawad from Nafi, from Ibn Umar, may God be pleased with them both, that the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, "Verily, these hearts rust as iron rusts." It was asked, "O Messenger of God, what then is their polish?" He said, "The recitation of the Qur'an." And one of the mystics said, "Verily, when iron is not used, rust covers it until it is ruined." Likewise, when the heart is deprived of the love of God, the yearning for him and his remembrance, ignorance overcomes it until it causes it to die and perish. A man said to Al-Hasan, "O Abu Sa'id, I complain to you of the hardness of my heart." He replied, "Dissolve it with remembrance." The farthest of hearts from God is the hard heart, and nothing can remove its hardness save a love that unsettles or a fear that disquiets. If it is asked, what is the reason for which the lover finds delight in his love, even if he does not attain his beloved? The answer is, love impels movement in the soul and an intensity in its seeking, and the soul was created to be in motion by its nature, like the motion of fire. Thus, love is its natural motion. Every person who loves a thing finds in his love for it a delight and a spirit. If he is bereft of love entirely, the soul ceases its motion, grows heavy and listless, and the lightness of vitality departs from it. For this reason, you find that the indolent are the most burdened by care, grief, and sorrow, having no joy or gladness, in contrast to the people of vitality and earnestness in their work, whatever that work may be. And if that vitality is directed toward a work whose goodly outcomes and sweet ends they know, their delight in their love for it and their vitality in pursuing it will be all the stronger, and with God is all success. Chapter 14. Concerning those who praised passionate love, wished for it, and envied its possessor for attaining his desires. This is a matter wherein people have been divided into 2 groups, and it may well be that a single person combines both states within himself. One group has praised passionate love, wished for it, and desired it, claiming that whoever has not tasted its flavour has not tasted the flavour of life. They have said, it has become clear that the perfection of delight follows the perfection of love. So the person who finds the greatest delight in a thing is the one with the most love for it, as has been established before. They have said, God glorified and exalted is he, caused his messengers and prophets to love their wives and their handmaidens. Thus Adam, the father of humanity, was intensely in love with Eve, and God, glorified and exalted is he, has informed us that he created his spouse from him so that he might find tranquility in her. They say, and it was his love for her that led him to acquiesce in her eating from the tree. They have said, the first love to exist in this world was the love of Adam for Eve, and this became a custom among his descendants in the love between spouses. They have said, and there was David, who out of his love for women gathered 100 wives, and likewise his son Solomon. They have said, the Jews, may the curses of God be upon them, faulted the prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, for his love of women and his many marriages. So God, glorified and exalted is he, revealed a verse in defence of his messenger, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, and to proclaim that this was from his grace and favour upon him. Or do they envy other people for what God has bestowed upon them of his bounty? For indeed we did grant unto the house of Abraham the divine writ and wisdom, and we did grant them a mighty dominion. 454. They have said, and Abraham, the intimate friend of God, had with him the most beautiful of women, Sarah, and then he took Hajar as a handmaiden, and he loved her with an intense love. Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, may God be pleased with him, said, Abraham, the intimate friend of God, loved his handmaiden Hajar with a profound love, and would visit her every day from Syria upon the Burak, out of his ardent affection for her. Al-Kharaiti said, Nasr ibn Dawood told us from Al-Waqidi, from Muhammad ibn Salih, from Sa'd ibn Ibrahim, from Amir ibn Sa'd, from his father, and he related this. And it is established in the Sahih from the hadith of Ashabi, from Amr ibn al-As, may God be pleased with him, who said, the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent me at the head of an army in which were Abu Bakr and Umar, may God be pleased with them both. When I returned, I said, O messenger of God, who is the most beloved of people to you? He said, and what is it you want? I said, I wish to know. He said, Aisha. I said, I mean from among the men. He said, her father. And Mubarak ibn Fadala related from Ali ibn Zayd, from his aunt, from Aisha, that Fatima mentioned her in the presence of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him. And he said to her, O my dear daughter, she is the beloved of your father. And the origin of the hadith is in the Sahih, from the hadith of Al-Layth, from Ibn Shihab, from Muhammad ibn Abd al-Rahman, from Aisha, may God be pleased with her, who said, the wives of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, sent Fatima, the daughter of the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, to him. She entered while he was lying with me under my cloak, and she said, O Messenger of God, your wives ask you to be just concerning the daughter of Abu Kuhafa. And I remained silent. The Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said to her, Do you not love what I love? She said, Yes, indeed. He said, Then love this one. And it is established in the Sahih from the hadith of Hamad ibn Salama, from Ayub, from Abu Kilaba, from Abdullah ibn Yazid, from Aisha, may God be pleased with her, who said, the Messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, used to divide his time justly among his wives, and he would say, O God, this is my action in what I possess. So do not blame me for what you possess and I do not. He meant, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, that he was capable of being just between them in their provision and in the division of his time among them. But as for equality between them in love, that was not up to him, nor did he possess it. And Ibn Sirin said, I asked Ubaidah about the saying of God, the Most High. And you will never be able to be entirely just between wives, even if you're eager to be so. 129. He said, it means in love and in physical union. And Ibn Abbas said, "You will not be able to be just between them in carnal desire, even if you are eager." And Abu Qais, the freedman of Amr ibn al-As, said, "Amr sent me to Salama and said, 'Ask her if the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, used to kiss his wives while he was fasting. If she says no, then tell her that Aisha, may God be pleased with her, told us that the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, used to kiss her while he was fasting.' So I asked her, and she said no. I then informed her of what Amr had said, and Salama, may God be pleased with her, said, 'Verily, when the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, saw Aisha, he could not restrain himself from her. As for me, he did not.' And Bayan related from Al-Shabi, "A man came to me and said, 'I love all the mothers of the believers except Aisha.' I said to him, 'As for you, you have opposed the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, for Aisha, may God be pleased with her, was the most beloved of them to his heart.' And Musab ibn Sa'd said, 'Umar ibn al-Khattab, may God be pleased with him, allocated 10,000 for each of the mothers of the believers, may God be pleased with them, and he increased Aisha's by 2,000, saying, She is the beloved of the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him.' And Masruq, whenever he narrated from Aisha, may God be pleased with her, would say, 'I was told by the truthful one, daughter of the truthful one, the beloved of the messenger of the Lord of all the worlds, the one who was exonerated from above the 7 heavens. Abu Muhammad ibn Hazm said, "Many of the rightly guided caliphs and the divinely guided imams have loved." Al-Kharaiti said, "And Abdullah ibn Umar purchased a Roman slave girl, and he loved her with an intense love. One day she fell from his mule, and he began to wipe the dust from her face and offer himself as a ransom for her. She used to say to him, 'Anta kalun,' meaning, 'You are good.' Then she ran away from him, and he was stricken with a great sorrow for her. And he said, 'I used to think myself kalun, but she departed. So today I think that I am not kalun.' And the story of Mugith and his passionate love for Barira, such that he would trail behind her, his tears streaming down his cheeks, is in the Sahih. And Urwa ibn Udayna, the Sheikh of Malik, was one of the trustworthy and righteous scholars. A woman stopped him and said, 'Are you the one who is called the righteous man? And yet you say, when I found the flame of love in my liver, I turned toward the people's waterskin to cool myself. Suppose I cooled my exterior with the coldness of water, but who is there for a fire that blazes upon my innards?' And Muhammad ibn Sirin used to recite, 'When my leg went numb, I remembered the one for whom it yearned, so I called out Lubna's name, and I invoked her. I called upon her who, if my soul would but obey me, I would have cast myself toward her and met my end.' Salih related from Ibn Shihab, 'Ubaydullah ibn Abdullah ibn Utbah told me that Ibn Mas'ud, may God be pleased with him, said, "While we were with the messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, a group of about 80 men, every one of them a Qurayshi. By God, I have never seen a gathering of faces more handsome than theirs on that day." He said, "They mentioned women, and they conversed about them, and I conversed with them, until I wished that we would fall silent. They have said, and were it not for the subtlety of love and its delight, those who wish for it would not have wished for it. A poet said, the lovers complained of their burning passion. Would that I had borne all that they endure, I alone amongst them. Thus would my heart have held all the delight of love, that no lover before me, nor any after, ever encountered. They have said, and permissible passionate love is something for which lovers are rewarded, as Sharik ibn Abdullah said when he was asked about lovers. The most intense of them in love is the greatest of them in reward. And he spoke the truth by God, if the beloved is one whose nearness and union God loves for the lover. And a woman said, God will never accept a deed from a beloved. On a day her lover is grieving and abandoned. She will not be rewarded for killing her lover, but her lover in that shall be rewarded. And we say, whenever she spends the night forsaking the bed of her lover, who is her husband, the angels curse her until she awakes. They have said, and passionate love clears the mind of cares, refines the intellect, inspires fine attire, goodly food, and noble character. It elevates one's aspirations, impels one toward fragrant scents, gracious companionship, and the preservation of good manners and chivalry. It is the trial of the righteous and the ordeal of the devout. It is the balance of intellects and the polisher of minds. It is the disposition of the noble, as was said. I did not love her out of lewdness, but rather I saw that love is the character of the noble. They have said, the souls of lovers are fragrant and subtle, and their bodies are delicate and weak. Their spirits are slow to yield to any who would lead them, save for their own beloved to whom they are drawn, and upon whom their love is fixed. Their speech and their company increase the intellect, stir the soul, perfume the spirit, and those with understanding are entertained by their tales. The stories of lovers are the adornment of their gatherings and the spirit of their conversations. It is enough that a Bedouin, who would not be mentioned alongside kings or valiant heroes, falls in love and becomes famous for it, and so he is mentioned in the courts of kings and caliphs and those below them. His stories are recorded, his poems are recited, and passionate love bestows upon him an immortal legacy. Were it not for passionate love, his name would not be mentioned, nor would he raise his head. And one of the wise said, passionate love is to souls as nourishment is to bodies. If you forsake it, it harms you, and if you take too much of it, it kills you. Ibn Abd al-Barr said in his book, Bajat al-Majalis, it was found on a scroll belonging to one of the people of India. Passionate love is a delight placed within the soul, a meaning produced by the stars at the points where their rays meet. It is born in the temperaments through the joining of their forms, and the soul accepts it due to its subtle essence. Furthermore, it is a polisher of hearts and a burnisher of minds, so long as it is not excessive. But if it becomes excessive, it turns into a lethal misery and a debilitating sickness, wherein opinions are of no avail, and wherein stratagems are of no effect. The only remedy for it is to increase it. A Bedouin said, it is the intimacy of the soul and the discourse of the intellect. Consciences conceal it, and the limbs serve it. Abdullah ibn Tahir, the Amir of Khurasan, said to his son, love passionately, and you will become refined. Remain chaste, and you will be ennobled. Kudama said, one of the eloquent described it, saying, it gives courage to the coward, generosity to the miser. It sharpens the mind of the dullard, and gives eloquence to the tongue of the inarticulate. It awakens the resolve of the incapable. The pride of kings is humbled before it, and the onslaught of the brave is overcome by it. It is a summons to refinement and the first gate through which minds and intellects are opened, and through which the subtleties of stratagems and wiles are brought forth. To it aspirations are drawn, and the unruly traits of character and temperament are calmed. It delights its companion and gives intimacy to its confidant. It possesses a joy that roams in the souls and a gladness that resides in the hearts. It was said to one of the chieftains, "Your son has fallen in love." He said, "Praise be to God. Now his disposition will soften, his meanings will become subtle, his allusions will be salted with grace, and his movements will be refined. His expressions will be beautiful, his letters will be generous, and his character will be sweet. He will adhere to what is comely and shun what is ugly." The same was said to another, who replied, "When he loves, he will become subtle, refined, delicate, and tender." And it was said to one of them, "When does a young man become eloquent?" He said, "When he composes a book, or describes a passion, or a beloved." It was said to Sa'id ibn Salm, "Your son has begun to compose tender poetry." He said, "Let him be, so he may become refined, pure, and subtle." Al-Abbas ibn al-Ahnaf said, "The people are none but lovers, possessors of passion, and there is no good in one who does not love and love passionately." And Al-Husayn ibn Mutayr said, "Verily the fair maidens are a paradise, whose sweet basil is the freshness of life, so how can you turn away from them? Were it not for their grace, we would have no world in which to find delight or go about our lives." And another said, "There is no good in the world, nor in its bliss, if you are alone, solitary, and not a lover." And another said, "Is life anything but that you come and go, while among the people you are intoxicated with the cup of passionate love?" And Al-Atwi said, "I did not submit to love, but that love is the religion of the noble." And another said, "I glanced at her one glance, and I fell in love with her, and who has a sound mind and would not fall in love?" And another said, "And it would not gladden me to be free of passion, even if I possessed all that lies between east and west." And another said, "My soul was not destroyed but by passionate love, and has life ever been sweet for a man who is not a lover?" And another said, "There is no good in this world without ardent longing, nor in any bliss wherein there is no beloved." And Al-Kumayt said, "No one has tasted the misery of life, nor its bliss, in what has passed, if he has not loved passionately. In passionate love there is sweetness and bitterness, so ask of this one who has savoured or tasted." And another said, "The world was not made sweet without love, and what bliss is there for a man who is not a lover?" And another said, "Find repose in a beloved in whose love you delight, for time has passed, and you are empty and alone." And another said, "If you have not loved passionately, nor known what passion is, then you and a wild ass in the desert are one and the same." And another said, "If you have not loved passionately, nor known what passion is, then be a stone, a hard rock of dry stone." And another said, "If you have not loved passionately, nor known what passion is, then go and graze on straw, for you are a donkey." And another said, "If you have not tasted in this abode an ardent longing, then your death in it and your life are one and the same." And Al-Aqra ibn Mu'ad said, "There is no good in the world if you do not visit a beloved, nor does a beloved come to you." And another said, "He has not tasted the flavour of life who did not have a beloved in whom he finds tranquillity and repose." And Ali ibn Abi Kathir said to Ibn Abi al-Zarqa, "Have you ever loved passionately to the point of writing letters, sending messages and making promises?" He said, "No." He replied, "Then nothing will come of you." One of the kings had a single son of low aspiration and base soul. He wished to groom him for kingship, So he let loose upon him slave girls and songstresses. The son fell passionately in love with one of them. The king was informed of this and was gladdened. He sent a message to the beloved, saying, "Be harsh with him and say, 'I am not fit for anyone but a king or a scholar.'" When she told him this, he took to learning and to the etiquettes of kingship required of monarchs, until he excelled in it. Al-Marzubani said, Abu Nawfal was asked, "Can anyone be safe from passionate love?" He said, "Yes, the coarse and rough man who has no merit and no understanding. But as for one who has in his nature the slightest refinement, or possesses the gentleness of the people of the Hijaz, and the grace of the people of Iraq, far from it." Ali ibn Abda said, "No one is free from ardent longing unless he be coarse in his make-up and deficient or of diminished aspiration, contrary to the composition of moderation." They have said, "And no one has ever reached perfection except through his passionate love for the people of perfection and his emulation of them." The scholar reaches a level in knowledge according to his passionate love for it, and likewise the master of every craft and profession. It is enough that the lover is drawn to noble character, deeds, and qualities, so that his traits may be praised in the presence of his beloved, as was said. And he is drawn to virtue in his quest for eminence, so that his traits may one day be praised in the presence of Layla. Abu al-Minjab said, "I saw during the circumambulation a youth of slender body and evident weakness, seeking refuge and protection, and saying, 'I wished that all of love could be gathered and cast into my heart, and the breast be sealed shut, so that what is in my heart of passion would not end, nor my joy in love until my life should end.' I said, 'O youth, does this sacred house not have a sanctity that would prevent you from such words?' He said, 'Yes, by God, but love has filled my heart with the joy of remembrance, and my thoughts have overflowed with the swiftness of my return to him from whom knowledge of my state is not hidden, so I wished for my heart's desire. By God, I would not be gladdened if what is in my heart were exchanged for the dominion of the Commander of the Faithful. I pray to God to establish it in my heart for all my life, and to make it my companion in my grave, whether I am aware of it or not. This is my prayer." He turned away from me and then wept. I said, "What makes you weep?" He said, "The fear that my prayer will not be answered. For it is this that I seek, and it is this that I desire from all that God grants to the rest of his creation." Then he departed. This faction has said, and the utmost that can be imagined in the matter of passionate love is that it kills its possessor, as is known of a group of lovers. Suwaid ibn Sa'id al-Hadathani said, Ali ibn Mushir told us, from Abu Yahya al-Qattat, from Mujahid, from Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them both, from the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, that he said, "Whoever loves passionately and conceals it, and remains chaste and is patient, and then dies, he is a martyr." This was narrated from Suwaid by a group of scholars. Al-Khatib said, Abu al-Hasan, Ali ibn Ayyub, narrated to us by dictation, Abu Abdullah al-Marzubani and Ibn Hayaway and Ibn Shadhan told us, they said, Abu Abdullah Ibrahim ibn Muhammad ibn Arafah, known as Niftawai, told us, he said, I entered upon Muhammad ibn Dawud al-Asbahani during the illness from which he died, and I said to him, "How do you find yourself?" He said, "The love of the one you know has bequeathed upon me what you see." I said, "What prevented you from enjoying him when you had the ability to do so?" He said, "Enjoyment is of two kinds. One is the permissible gaze, and the other is the forbidden pleasure. As for the permissible gaze, it has bequeathed upon me what you see. And as for the forbidden pleasure, I was prevented from it by what my father told me, who said, Suwaid ibn Sa'id told us, Ali ibn Mushir told us, from Abu Yahya al-Qattat, from Mujahid, from Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them both, from the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, that he said, whoever loves passionately and conceals it and remains chaste and is patient, God will forgive him and admit him into paradise. Al-Hakim Abu Abdullah said, I am only astonished by this hadith, for no one narrated it other than Suwaid, and he and Dawood ibn Ali and his son Abu Bakr are all trustworthy. Then Al-Khatib narrated it. Al-Azhari told us, Al-Mu'afa ibn Zakaria told us, Qutbah ibn al-Mufaddal ibn Ibrahim al-Ansari told us, Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Masruq told us, Suwaid told us, Ibn Mushir told us, from Hisham ibn Urwa, from his father, from Aisha, may God be pleased with her, in a narration traced back to the Prophet. And Al-Zubayr ibn Bakkar narrated it from Abd al-Malik ibn Abd al-Aziz ibn al-Majishun, from Abd al-Aziz ibn Abi Hazim, from Ibn Abi Najih, from Mujahid, from Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them both, from the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, with the wording, whoever loves passionately and remains chaste and dies, he is a martyr. Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Ja'far ibn Sahal al-Kharaiti narrated it in the book Itilal al-Qulub. Abu Yusuf Yaqub ibn Isa, from the descendants of Abd al-Rahman ibn Auf, told us from Al-Zubayr, and he mentioned it. Thus, Suwaid is absolved of the charge of being the sole narrator, although even if he were the sole narrator, he is trustworthy, and Muslim relied upon him in his Sahih. Abdullah ibn Ahmad said, my father said to me, write from him the hadith of Imam. Al-Baghawi said, he was a preserver of hadith, and Ahmad would select narrations for his two sons, Salih and Abdullah, to hear from him, and they would frequent him. Muslim said, trustworthy, trustworthy. Abu Hatim al-Razi and Yaqub ibn Shaybah said, he is truthful. The most he was criticized for was tadlis, concealing the name of his direct source, yet here he explicitly states, haddathana, he told us. He was also criticized for having lost his sight at the end of his life, and that perhaps this hadith was inserted into his books. However, the narration of this hadith by senior scholars from him was before he lost his sight, for he only became blind at the end of his life. And this does not invalidate his hadith. I say this is a hadith that is definitively false and fabricated against the Messenger of God. May God's peace and blessings be upon him, and it does not resemble his speech. It is authentically reported from him that he counted 6 types of martyrs, and he did not mention among them one killed by passionate love. Nor is it possible that everyone killed by passionate love is a martyr, for one may love with a passion for which he deserves punishment. The great preservers of hadith in Islam have rejected this hadith as narrated by Suwaid, and people have spoken critically of him. Ibn al-Madini said, he is nothing, and if a blind man has books, it is a severe flaw. Yaqub ibn Shaybah said, he is truthful, but his memory is confused, especially after he became blind. Al-Bukhari said, he had become blind and was prompted with things that were not from his hadith. Abu Ahmad al-Jurjani said, this hadith is one of the things for which Suwaid was criticized. Al-Bayhaqi, Abu al-Fadl ibn Tahir, and Abu al-Faraj ibn al-Jawzi all rejected it, and the latter included it in his book Al-Mawdu'at, the Fabrications. When Abu Bakr ibn al-Azraq narrated it from Suwaid, Ibn al-Marzuban reproached him for it, so he dropped the mention of the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, from it. Thereafter, when Suwaid was asked about it, he would not trace it back to the Prophet. This is the best of its states, that it is a saying of a companion. And likewise, Abu Muhammad ibn al-Husayn al-Qari narrated it from the hadith of Abu Sa'd al-Baqqal from Ikrimah, from Ibn Abbas. May God be pleased with them both. As for Al-Khatib's chain of narration for it, from the hadith of Hisham ibn Urwa, from his father from Aisha, may God be pleased with her, anyone who has smelled the fragrance of hadith has no doubt that this is a falsehood attributed to Hisham from his father from Aisha. This text cannot bear such a chain of narration in any way. The judgment in this matter belongs to the people of hadith, not to those who are bereft of it and strangers to it. It appears that Ibn Masruq stole it and changed its chain of narration. As for the hadith of Al-Zubayr ibn Bakar, it is from the narration of Ya'qub ibn Isa, who is a weak narrator, and no proof can be established through him. The scholars of hadith have declared him weak and have accused him of lying. Chapter 15. Concerning those who condemned. Passionate love grew weary of it, and the arguments used by each faction to support its view God, the Most High, says, informing us of the supplication of the believers. God does not burden a soul with more than it can bear. In its favour shall be whatever good it has gained, and against it whatever evil it has earned. Our Sustainer. Do not take us to task if we forget or err. Our Sustainer. Do not lay upon us a burden like that which you laid upon those who lived before us. Our Sustainer, do not burden us with that which we have no strength to bear. 286. And he, glorified is he, praised them for this supplication, in which they asked him not to burden them with that which they have no strength to bear. This has been interpreted as referring to passionate love, though the meaning is not restricted to it, but rather that passionate love is among the things that a servant has no strength to bear. And Makhul said, it refers to intense carnal desire. And the Prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, it does not befit a person to humiliate himself. Imam Ahmad said, its interpretation is that he exposes himself to an affliction that he cannot endure. And this is perfectly congruent with the state of the lover, for he is the most humiliated of people before his beloved and in pursuit of what will gain her satisfaction. And love is built upon humility and submission to the beloved, as was said. Submit and be humble to the one you love, for in the law of passion there is no pride to be raised or held high. And another said, wretched are the people of passionate love. Even their graves bear the dust of humiliation among the other tombs. And another said, they said, we knew you as one of pride. And I said to them, let not the people wonder at the humility of lovers. Do not deny the abasement of the passionately smitten, for they are enslaved by the bondage of love, and they are content. They have said, and when the servant plunges into the sea of passionate love, and its waves play with him, he is closer to destruction than to salvation. As Al-Kharaiti mentioned, there was in Medina a refined slave girl who fell in love with a man from Quraysh, and he would not part from her, nor she from him. Then he grew weary of her, while her love for him only grew, and she fell ill. Her master paid no heed to her complaint, and felt no pity for her, until she became distraught, and wandered about aimlessly, tearing her clothes, and her affair reached a grave state. When he saw what had become of her, he tried to treat her, but no treatment was of any avail. She would roam the alleyways at night saying, "Love, at its very beginning, is a persistent fancy, brought forth and driven by the decrees of fate." Until, when the youth plunges into the depths of passion, there come matters great and unbearable. Who can bear as I bear this passion? Consolation has been vanquished, and the secrets are laid bare. Al-Khara'iti said, and one of our companions recited to me, "Love, at its first, is a thing with which the lover's heart is smitten, and so he meets death as if it were a game. Its beginning is a fleeting glance, and a jest that ignites in the heart like a flame, like a fire whose beginning is a spark, but when it blazes, it consumes the gathered wood. They have said, and how can a matter be praised that prevents repose, robs one of sleep, bewilders the mind, and brings forth madness? Indeed, it is itself a madness, as one of the sages said. Madness has many forms, and passionate love is but one of its forms. As one of the lovers said, she said, "You're mad for me." And I said to her, "Passionate love is greater than what afflicts the mad." The one in love never recovers through all of time, whereas the madman is only struck down for a while. They have said, and how many a lover has squandered for his beloved his wealth, his honour, and his own self, and neglected his family, and the good of his religion, and his worldly life. Al-Zubayr ibn Bakkar said, a Bedouin woman came to a sister of hers and said, "How fares your love for so-and-so?" She said, "By God, love for him has stirred what was still, and stilled what was in motion." Then she began to recite, "If what is in me were in the pebbles, it would split the pebbles, and if it were in the wind, not even a whisper of it would be heard. And if I were to seek God's forgiveness every time I remembered you, no sins would be written against me." I said, "By God, I shall ask him how he fares in his love for you." So I went to him and asked him, and he said, "Passion is but humiliation, but its name has been altered. This is known only by one whom the ruins and deserted encampments have caused to weep." And Abu al-Fadl al-Ribi recited, "My eye has rained blood, and its blood, after tears, flows freely from my eyelids. How can there be solace when, from affliction, there never ceases to be a torment descending upon my body and my heart? Woe is me for a time now past, in which the vicissitudes of fate would pass me by, and they were heedless. They have said, and passionate love is the consuming malady, with which spirits melt away, and in which there is no repose. Rather, it is a sea. Whoever rides it drowns, for it has no shore and no escape. It is that about which the poet said, 'There is no one among the people whose affair is praised, but he is found to be a fool in love. And no one who has not tasted the misery of life falls in love, but that he tastes it when he falls in love.' And Al-Abbas ibn al-Ahnaf said, 'Woe to the lovers! How wretched are their souls, if what is in me is what is in all lovers. They are wretched in this world because of their passion, given in it neither worldly gain nor religious devotion.' And another said, 'Passionate love is a distraction from every righteous deed, and the intoxication of passion banishes the delight of slumber.' And Muhammad ibn Abi Muhammad al-Yazidi said, 'How can people bear to describe passion, when it is a momentous thing beyond measure? Nay, how can life be pure for an intimate of passion, when in it there is separation and abandonment?' And Muhammad ibn Abi Umayyah said, 'The companion of love finds intimacy in sorrows, and the thoughts of his ailing heart multiply. And the greatest of his exaltation is when he is in peril and on a precipice of great danger.' And Abu Tamam said, 'As for passion, it is torment itself, and if separation runs through it, it is the most painful of all torments. And Ibn Abi Husayna said, "And passionate love, by its nature, draws souls to ruin. How I envy the one who has not loved passionately." And Ibn al-Mu'taz said, "Love is a debilitating sickness for which there is no cure, in which the most skilled physicians are bewildered." I used to think that the lovers had exaggerated in their description of it, but nay, the people fell short. And a Bedouin said, "Alas, passion and love are not a thing thus, that the tongue can freely point to and describe. Rather, it is a thing that God has decreed to be death itself, or a thing more violent than death. Its beginning is sickness, and its end is wasting away, and its middle is a yearning that emaciates and destroys, and terror, and sleeplessness, and care, and regret, and a longing that builds upon longing, increasing and redoubling." And Abd al-Muhsin al-Suri said, "Love is naught but a perilous path, difficult to escape, and a slippery foothold." And another said, "The beginning of what befell me was frivolity, but when it took hold, it became madness. I used to think passion was a trivial thing, but I met from it a humiliating torment." And a woman said, "I found passion to be sweet when the union was complete, and bitter in separation. Nay, it is death itself. And whoever has not tasted the flavour of separation, when he tastes the flavour of love, knows not what union is. I have tasted both its flavours, in nearness and in distance. The farthest is death, and the nearest is ruin. They have said, and passionate love leaves the king a possession, and the sovereign a slave, as Al-Hakam ibn Hisham ibn Abd al-Rahman al-Dakhil, who was the king of Andalusia, said, "From the excess of his love he became a possession, though before that he had been a king. The gazelles of the palace left him lovelorn, besotted, abandoned upon the barren ground. He places his cheek down upon the dust, he who once made silk his resting place. Thus does humility befit the free man, when in passion he becomes a possession." And Al-Rashid said, and it is said that it was Al-Mamun, having fallen in love with 3 of his slave girls, "The 3 graceful maidens have seized my reins, and have settled in every part of my heart. How is it that all of mankind obeys me, yet I obey them, while they are in rebellion against me? That is for no reason but that the dominion of passion, and it is by this that they grew strong, is mightier than my dominion." And one of the kings said concerning a slave girl of his whom he loved, and who was often harsh with him, "Is it not enough for you that you possess me, and that all other people are my slaves? And that if you were to strive for my destruction, I would, out of contentment, say, 'Well done, do more'?" And Ibn Tahir, the king of Khorasan, said, "For though my innermost being yearns for you, my station is too great for my love to humiliate it." And Ibn al-Ahmar, the king of Andalusia, said, "O mistress of the curtained chamber, who has taken away my piety, in every state you are a necessity for me, either in humility, which is more befitting of passion, or in honour, which is more befitting of kingship." They have said, and how many are there who have fled from love to the very places of destruction, seeking to escape one destruction by means of another? Dibil, the poet, said, "I was at the frontier, and the call to arms was sounded. I went out with the people, and there was a youth dragging his spear before me. He turned and looked at me, and said, 'Are you Dibil?' I said, 'Yes.' He said, 'Then listen to me.' Then he recited to me, 'I am in 2 matters of righteous guidance, between raiding and holy struggle. My body raids my enemy, while passion raids my heart.' Then he said, 'What do you think?' I said, 'Good, by God.' He said, 'By God, I came out for no reason but to flee from love. Then he fought until he was killed. And Asram ibn Humayd said, "We are a people whom the dark wide eyes soften, even as we are the ones who soften iron. Obedient to the hands of the gazelles, their eyes lead us captive, while we lead captive the lions with our spear thrusts. The lions fear our wrath, while we fear the assault of the fawn when he shows his aversion. And you see us in the heat of battle, free men, and in times of peace, slaves to the fair maidens. They have said, and we have seen, that he who enters into it wishes for deliverance from it, but there is no time for escape." Al-Qaraiti said, "Abu Ja'far al-Abdi recited to me, 'If God delivers me from love, I shall not return to it, nor shall I accept the words of a chider. But where is deliverance for me from love, after the summons of love have cast me among the snares?' Abu Ubaidah said, 'The snares are death.' He said, and Abu Ubaidillah ibn al-Dulabi recited to me, 'I called upon my Lord with a prayer, and he answered it, as Noah and Job called upon their Lord, that he might pluck the sickness from my breast and place it in the breast of Salma, for to bear the sickness is to perish, or that he might swiftly heal my heart of its ardent longing, so I will not yearn when the minstrels cause others to yearn.' They have said, 'And how many heads has the tribulation of passionate love cast down upon their nostrils into the blazing fire, and delivered them to the enduring of a painful torment, and made them drink, between the layers of hell, cups of scalding water. And how many it has stripped of knowledge and religion, as a hair is pulled from dough. And how many a blessing it has removed, and how many a vengeance it has brought. And how many a noble one it has brought down from his fortress of honour, only for him to find himself abject among the most humiliated. And how many a man of high station, rank, and esteem it has brought low, only for him to find himself in the lowest of the low. And how many a private shame it has exposed, and how many a terror it has caused, and how many a pain it has left in its wake, and how many a regret it has brought. And how many a fire of sorrow it has kindled, in which livers have been burned, and how much standing it has destroyed that a servant had with God and in the hearts of other servants. And how much it has brought of the hardship of affliction, the grasp of misery, the evil of destiny, and the gloating of enemies. For there is rarely a departure from it that is not accompanied by the loss of a blessing, or the sudden onset of a vengeance, or the turning of well-being, or the striking of a calamity, or the occurrence of a tragedy. If you were to ask the blessings, 'What is it that removed you?' and the vengeances, 'What is it that brought you forth?' and the cares and sorrows, 'What is it that summoned you?' and well-being, 'What is it that distanced you and cast you aside?' and the veil of modesty, 'What is it that tore you away?' and the sun, 'What is it that took away your light and eclipsed you?' and life, 'What is it that troubled you?' and the sun of faith, 'What is it that caused you to be wound up and lost?' and the honour of the soul, 'What is it that humiliated you and exchanged your dignity for abasement?' They would all answer you with the tongue of their condition as a lesson, if they did not answer you with the tongue of speech in dialogue. This, by God, is but a portion of the crimes of passionate love against its companions, if they but had sense. And so those houses of theirs are desolate, because of the wrong they did. Verily, in this is a sign for a people who know. 27:52. And it is sufficient for the intelligent one, as an admonition and a source of insight, what God, glorified and exalted is He, has related to him in Surah Al-A'raf, concerning the people of blameworthy passion, as a warning and a lesson. He, glorified and exalted is He, began with the passion of Iblis, which led him to be arrogant and to disobey God. Mighty and majestic is He, in his command to prostrate to Adam. The passion of his own self and his vanity led him to disobey his command and to be arrogant against obeying him, and so his affair became what it became. Then he, glorified and exalted is he, mentioned the passion of Adam when he desired to remain eternally in paradise, and his passion led him to eat from the tree from which he had been forbidden. The cause of that was the passion of the self and its love for eternity, and the consequence of that passion and desire was his expulsion from it to the abode of toil and hardship. And it's said that he only ate from it in obedience to Eve, and that his love for her led him to obey her and enter into her desire, and that his enemy only reached him by way of her, and entered upon him through her gate. Thus the first tribulation in this world was on account of women. Then he, glorified and exalted is he, mentioned the tribulation of the disbelievers, who associated with him that for which he had sent down no authority, and innovated in his religion that which he had not legislated, and forbade the adornment which he had brought forth for his servants, and the good things of sustenance. And they worshipped him through abominations, claiming that he had commanded them to do so, and they took devils as patrons instead of him. The cause of all this was vain passion and corrupt love, and for its sake they fought his messengers, denied his books, and sacrificed their souls, their wealth, and their families, until they lost this world and the hereafter. Then he, glorified and exalted is he, mentioned the story of the people of Noah, and how passion led them to drowning in this world and entering the fire in the hereafter. Then he mentioned the story of Ad, and how passion led them to a horrific destruction and a perpetual punishment. Then the story of the people of Salih likewise. Then the story of the lovers, the leaders of the dissolute, the copulators with males and forsakers of women, and how he seized them while they were lost in their play, and cut off their last remnant while they were wandering blindly in the intoxication of their passion. And how he gathered upon them such punishments as he had not gathered upon any nation of all the worlds, and made them a precedent for their brothers, the practitioners of sodomy, among the earlier and the later generations. And when they transgressed with this act of disobedience, and rebelled, and paved the way for their brothers, and devoted themselves to it, the angels cried out to God from this a great cry, and the earth wailed to its Lord from this affair a great wailing. And the angels fled to the corners of the heavens, and all of creation complained of them to God. And he, glorified and exalted is he, had decreed that he does not seize the wrongdoers except after establishing the proof against them, and after preceding it with the promise and the threat to them. So he sent to them his noble messenger to warn them of the evil of their deed, and to apprise them of his painful torment. And the messenger proclaimed the call to the heads of their assembly and their witnesses, and cried it out among them in every settlement and every nomadic camp. And he said, being in his words to them the most sincere of advisers, Do you commit an abomination such as no one in all the worlds has preceded you in? 780. Then he repeated his words to them as counsel and warning, while they, in the intoxication of their passion, could not comprehend. Verily, you approach men with desire instead of women. Nay, but you are a people who transgress all bounds. 781. And the lovers answered with the answer of one who is submerged in his passion and his error, his heart captivated by his love, and they said, Drive out the family of Lot from your city. Verily, they are a people who keep themselves pure. 2756. So, when the appointed time came, and the moment for the execution of the sealed decree arrived, the most merciful, blessed, and exalted is he, sent to his prophet Lot, for the completion of his favour, and as a test, angels in the form of human beings, and in the most beautiful form that could be. They came to him in the guise of guests, descending upon one of wide and welcoming breast, and he was distressed on their account, and felt himself powerless to protect them, and he said, "This is a grievous day." 1177. And the cry went out to the practitioners of sodomy. Lot has been visited by youths, the likes of whose beauty and comeliness no beholder has ever gazed upon, nor have any seers ever seen their like. So the sodomites called out to one another, "Come to the house of Lot, for therein lies the fulfillment of desires and the attainment of the greatest of delights." And his people came rushing to him, and before that they had been committing evil deeds. 1178. When they entered his presence and descended upon him, he said to them, while he was choked with care and grief, his heart shattered with sorrow, "O my people, here are my daughters, they are purer for you. So fear God, and do not disgrace me concerning my guests. Is there not among you one right-minded man?" 1178. When the Sodomites heard his words, they answered him with the answer of the shameless brazen sinner. They said, "You know well that we have no right to your daughters, and you know well what we want." 1179. Lot said to them the words of the oppressed and alone, "If only I had strength against you, or could betake myself to a strong support." 1180. When the messengers of God saw what his prophet was enduring from the Sodomites, they revealed to him the truth of the situation, and said, "Take heart, O Lot, verily we are messengers of your Lord, they will not reach you." 1181. And the prophet of God was gladdened with the gladness of a lover, and deliverance came to him suddenly at the hand of the beloved. And it was said to him, "So set out with your family in a part of the night, and let not one of you look back, except your wife. Verily she will be struck by what strikes them. Indeed, their appointed time is the morning. Is not the morning near?" 1181. And when they refused all but to solicit him for his guests, and did not respect the right of the neighbour, Gabriel struck their faces with his wing, and blotted out their eyes, and blinded their sight. They came out from his presence blind, fumbling about, and saying, "Tomorrow you will know what will befall you, O madman." When the column of dawn broke, the call came from the Lord of all lords, "Destroy the nation of Sodomites, and let them taste a painful torment." So the strong and trustworthy Gabriel uprooted their cities on a feather of his wing, and raised them into the air until the angels heard the barking of their dogs and the crowing of their roosters. Then he turned them upside down, making their highest part their lowest, and they were followed by stones of baked clay, which is hard, petrified clay. And he, glorified is he, warned their brethren on the tongue of his messenger with this threat. For he, the Most High, said, "And so when our command came, we made the highest part of the city its lowest, and we rained down upon them stones of baked clay, one after another, marked from your Lord, and they are not far from the wrongdoers." 1182-83. So this is the consequence for the Sodomites, the lovers of forms. They are the predecessors, and their brethren after them are on their trail. And though you are not the people of Lot in your very selves, the people of Lot are not far removed from you. And verily they await them in the abyss of destruction, at a watering place of pus and molten brass. They will say, "No welcome for you, nor any greeting. Did not your Lord forewarn you with a threat?" They will say, "Yes, but you are the ones who established for us a path in passionate love that was not praiseworthy. We committed it with males out of our love for them, and this passionate love led us to the most evil of ends." So you are more deserving of a double punishment than your follower in that, who was not rightly guided. They will say, and as for you, your messengers warned you of what we have met with a true and certain threat. So you have no merit over us, for all of us taste the torment of humiliation, most severe, just as all of us have tasted the delight of their union, and our gathering in the fire is not a praiseworthy one. And likewise the people of Shu'aib, it was only their excessive love for wealth and the overpowering of their passion over their obedience to their prophet that led them to give short measure and wait until the punishment befell them. And likewise the people of Pharaoh, passion, desire, and the passionate love of dominion led them to deny Moses until their affair ended as it did. And likewise the people of the Sabbath, who were transformed into apes, they were brought to ruin only on account of their love for the fish, their desire to eat them, and their greed for them. And likewise he to whom the Lord, blessed and exalted is he, gave his signs, but he cast them off, and so Satan pursued him, and he became one of those who are lost in grievous error. 7:175. And the Most High said, And had we so willed, we could have exalted him thereby, but he clung to the earth and followed his own vain desire. Thus his parable is that of a dog. If you drive him away, he lolls his tongue out, or if you leave him alone, he lolls his tongue out. 7:176. And contemplate his saying, the Most High, We gave him our signs, for he informs that this was attained only by the Lord's giving it to him, not by his own attainment. Then he said, But he cast them off, and he did not say, We stripped them from him. Rather, he attributed the casting off to him, and expressed his detachment from them with the word insilach, casting off, which indicates a complete disengagement from them. And this is the state of the disbeliever. As for the believer, even if he disobeys God, blessed and exalted is he, however much he disobeys him, he does not cast off faith completely. Then he said, And so Satan pursued him, fa atba'ahu, and he did not say, followed him, fa tabi'ahu. For in pursued him there is the notification that he overtook him and caught up to him, as God the Most High said, And so they pursued them at sunrise. 26:60, meaning they caught up to them and reached them. Then he, the Most High, said, And had we so willed, we could have exalted him thereby. For in that is a proof that mere knowledge does not exalt its possessor. For this man, God, glorified is he, has informed us that he gave him his signs, yet he did not exalt him thereby. So exaltation through knowledge is a degree beyond the mere teaching of it. Then he, glorified is he, informed us of the reason that prevented him from being exalted by it, saying, But he clung to the earth and followed his own vain desire. And his saying, he clung to the earth, means he found tranquillity in it and descended to it by his nature. So his soul was earthly and base, not heavenly and sublime. And in proportion to the servants clinging to the earth, he descends from the heaven. Saul said, God has allotted to the limbs their portion of vain desire. Each limb has its share. So if one of them inclines toward vain desire, its harm returns to the heart. And the soul has 7 heavenly veils and 7 earthly veils. Every time the servant buries his soul an earth level lower, his heart ascends a heaven level higher. When he buries his soul beneath the soil, his heart reaches the throne. Then he, glorified is he, mentioned the parable of the follower of his own vain desire as being like the dog that is never free from panting, whether it is left alone or driven away. Thus This one is never free from his panting after the world, whether desiring it or fearing its loss. The point is that this surah, from its beginning to its end, is in mention of the state of the people of vain desires and carnal passions, and to what their affair led. For passionate love and vain desire are the root of every calamity. Adi ibn Thabit said, "There was among the children of Israel a monk who worshipped God, to the extent that the possessed were brought to him, and he would perform an incantation over them, and they would be cured at his hands. A woman of noble lineage from her people, who had gone mad, was brought to him. She had brothers, and they brought her to him. Satan did not cease to make her seem alluring to him until he lay with her, and she became pregnant. When her pregnancy became apparent, Satan did not cease to frighten him, and to make the idea of killing her seem alluring, until he killed her and buried her. Then Satan went in the form of a man and came to one of her brothers, and informed him of what the monk had done. Then he came to the rest of her brothers one by one. A man would meet his brother and say, 'By God, a visitor came to me and mentioned something that was too grave for me to speak of.' They mentioned this one to another until they raised the matter to their king. The people marched to him until they brought him down from his hermitage. He confessed to them what he had done, and he was ordered to be crucified. When he was raised upon the wooden cross, Satan appeared to him in a vision and said, 'I am the one who made this alluring to you and cast you into it. Will you obey me in what I tell you, and I shall deliver you?' He said, 'Yes, prostrate to me one single prostration.' So he prostrated to him, and the man was killed. This is the meaning of the saying of God, 'Mighty and majestic is he.' Like the parable of Satan, when he says to man, 'Disbelieve,' but when he disbelieves, he says, 'Verily, I am free of you. Verily, I fear God, the Lord of all the worlds.' 59:16. And Wasil, the freedman of Abu Uyayna, said, 'I entered upon Muhammad ibn Sirin, and he said to me, "Have you married?" I said, "No." He said, "And what prevents you?" I said, "Lack of means." He said, "Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Sirin married when he had nothing, and God provided for him." Then he related that a woman from the children of Israel, who was called Maimuna, brought a dispute to 2 judges from the children of Israel, and they both became infatuated with her. He said, and each of them would conceal from his companion what he felt for her. They were informed that she was in a garden, bathing. He said, so they came and climbed over the wall to her. When she saw them, she entered a deep pool of water and concealed herself. They said to her, "If you do not do as we wish, we will go tomorrow and bear false witness against you." She refused, and they bore witness against her. When she was brought forth for the prescribed punishment to be carried out upon her, a revelation came down to Daniel, exposing their falsehood. This is but a portion of the tribulation of passionate love. And Shubha narrated from Abd al-Malik ibn Umayr, who said, "I heard Mus'ab ibn Sa'd say, Sa'd used to teach us this supplication, and he would attribute it to the Prophet. May God's peace and blessings be upon him. O God, I seek refuge in you from the tribulation of women, and I seek refuge in you from the punishment of the grave." Al-Hasan ibn Arafah said, Abu Muawiyah al-Darir told us, from Layth, from Tawus, from Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them both, who said, "Verily, the disbelief of those who came before was for no reason but women, and it is also the cause of the disbelief of those who remain." And Sufyan ibn Uyayna narrated from Sulaiman al-Taymi, from Abu Uthman al-Nahdi, from Usama ibn Zayd, may God be pleased with them both, who said, The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, I have not left behind me a tribulation for my ummah more harmful to men than women. And Abu Ishaq narrated from Hubayra ibn Yarim from Ali, who said, The messenger of God, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, said, Verily, the most fearsome things I fear for my ummah are wine and women. Ali ibn Harb said, Sufyan ibn Uyayna told us from Ali ibn Zayd, from Sa'id ibn al-Musayyab, who said, Satan has never despaired of anyone but that he has come to him by way of women. Sufyan ibn Hussein narrated from Ya'la ibn Muslim, from Sa'id ibn Jubair, from Ibn Abbas, who said, It was said to Adam, What led you to eat from the tree? He said, O Lord, Eve made it seem alluring to me. He said, Then I have punished her, that she shall not conceive but with hardship, nor give birth but with hardship, and I have caused her to bleed twice in a month. And Ibn Abbas, may God be pleased with them both, or another, said, The first tribulation of the children of Israel was on account of women. They have said, And sufficient as a harm of passionate love is that which is renowned of the demises of lovers, and that is found in every age. This, then, is a portion of the arguments of this faction for its view. And we shall, with God's help, dedicate an independent chapter to rendering judgment between these two factions.